don't wanna sleep in, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you could never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right, and see life do what you want.
No, damn, he's chat. He's a chat. Oh, man. Whole lot of stuff happened yesterday. A whole lot of stuff keeps happening. We are officially back at war with Iran. I cannot believe it, guys. I cannot believe it. It's about damn time. We've taken too damn long. Okay. We've got... So, I noticed that whenever I was trying to go back through the trailers for the PlayStation stuff, I didn't find the Alien Isolation 2. But I finally found it, and it was because they never put the trailer out after the show for some odd reason. I don't know if maybe that was whenever, because I noticed that whenever the PlayStation show was going, they had a couple hiccups, and I kind of wonder if the video for this one didn't get messed up during the stream because of their lag problems that they had. So finally we can watch this. This is Alien Isolation 2. I did play the first one on stream. The first one should be free if you're a PlayStation Plus person. I didn't know that. I didn't know Alien Isolation was Sega. That would explain quite a bit. Huh. How we doing today, guys? Everybody doing all right? We got Timothy in the other chitter chat. We got Dan's. We got Magic Man. We got Rachel. Nigel. Got God the Fish up in there. Mossy Oat Cracker. Hope we all doing all right this morning, guys. Huh? Speak American.
こんな失態を見逃す会社ではないの。これは最後のチャンス。
So, a lot of y'all may not know it, but the original Alien Isolation was based on Ellen Ripley's daughter. You play as Ellen Ripley's daughter. I don't know if this is going to have her in it.
Yes. I understand.
You see now they can't say that the game wasn't made with AI because like it's literally in the name. I can already see that this is the plot twist that nobody expected, but I'm telling you right now that whenever the drama kicks up that it was made with some AI parts in it, I'll be like, I already knew.
PlayStation
Okay. Hellmart's actually really good. If none of y'all have seen Hellmart, it's really good. Oh, we've got like some new trailers up in here. Hold on. We got Conquest 2. What is this? No, I don't care about that. That's garbage. DayZ. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this. I actually really liked Alien Isolation. It was really good. I didn't really have any complaints with it whatsoever. Hands-on preview? What is this? What is this? When does this game come out? Complete edition? What is this? Okay, now we can get into the trailers. Let's get it, boys. How's it going, Darling Winners? Hope you're doing all right. How's it going, Base Taste?
It no longer has the power to unite the nation. The Imperial Court in Chang'an was once again thrown into turmoil and war.
I heard this game sucked. I heard this game was terrible. Oh, God. Oh, man. Not now, not ever. Nah. I don't care. I've also heard that they're fixing Fable. I have heard that they supposedly extended the release date or the date of the release date where they're going to show where the release date is. Let's just say they're trying to fix it. They're trying to fix it. The silent cartographer third-person gameplay. They've never made a third-person Halo, have they? Huh. Why do these third-person people want to ruin everything? Seriously, why y'all want to ruin everything, man? There are some games that you're supposed to play in third person, and there are some games you're not. I would expect to play something like Metal Gear Solid in third person, because you need to sneak and know your surroundings if you're in the grass. Halo was an exclusive first-person only game. Why the hell would they want to change that? It's so fucking annoying. God, it's so annoying. going, Artemis? Oh. Oh, there's more new modes, huh? I watched Queso play this game. It was the funniest shit you've ever seen. If you don't know who Queso is, I absolutely recommend watching Queso. He is hilarious. He's a little annoying at times, but he's funny whenever he's actually locked in. Ooh, I thought they already released Moana. Did they not release the live-action Moana already? I thought this was already out. Yeah, no, this had to have been out because Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson isn't, like, big anymore. He's really thin because he had, like, health problems. This has to be old, right? Ooh, what's this? I have played this game. I love this game, by the way. This game is really fun. This is my first Jurassic game I've ever played. I really enjoyed it. I hate that thing flies. I've never seen that gate before. I don't know what kind of gate this is, but this is new to whatever this is. Those things are awful. Oh, yep, it's a meat eater, obviously. Oh, it's like a hybrid because it's got the claw that the raptor has. You see the claw? It's got the raptor claw. But it's like whatever it is, it's part raptor. Final Fantasy Resonance.
Hello everyone, I'm Keisuke Nakashima.
Bro. I have to have one of these. I have to have this chocobo. This chocobo is the best thing I've ever seen.
Producer of
I
Final
need one of
Fantasy
these.
Resonance. I am excited to talk to you
I'll
about
put
the
him right
very
here
first
too.
HD
I've even already got a
strategy
place
game.
for him. I put him right
Final
over here
Fantasy
in
Resonance
between the
is
Eye of
based on
Sauron and
the
Doom
first
guy.
Story arc of the mobile game, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, and reworked for the console experience. But this is not a direct port of that game. In Final Fantasy Resonance, the story and gameplay have been updated and designed from the ground up for consoles. This is
On
a tale
July
of vengeance and lingering
So
regret.
Moana hasn't even been out yet. What,
stemming
really?
From the mystery
I'm
around
shocked.
the crystal that keep the world in balance. In the game, your main party of heroes can recruit characters called visions to assist you in battle. These visions can be found all around the world and join you after you complete their quest or
I'll
answer
take your leg,
inquiries
Timothy.
to
It's
measure
your own
resonance and compatibility with that of the character. I love seeing these classic vision characters like Cloud, Tidus, and Warrior Bright in HD 2D style. But they are not
I think I do too. I like the realistic environments with the 2D characters that are cartoony. I
the
think
only
that's a
Final
really
Fantasy
cool
icons
idea.
with this new look. HD 2D rarely brings out a new side.
I really wish this game wasn't fucking turn-based. I really
FF
do. I would
formats
totally
like
play this.
airships, Espers, and of course, Chocobos. Personally, I have always loved the classic turn-based FF battles, and Final Fantasy Resonance has returned to the strategic combat
My
style.
fiance could make that shit. I'm gonna have to show her this later. I bet she could make this. Cause this looks like it's oh, what's that thing called where you make it out of thread? I don't even know what it's called.
FF
Crocheting.
battles. And Final Fantasy
It
Resonance
looks
has
crocheted.
returned to the strategic combat style with some nice modern additions. Experience cinematic cutscenes and writing, dynamic camera movements, and other new additions that really brings battles to life.
How's it
There
going,
is a lot
Infidel?
more to reveal when it comes to gameplay, so we'll be diving
Let's
deeper
go,
in another
Sticks.
video
W
soon.
Sticks.
Until then, we hope you
go,
enjoyed the review
Danielle.
of Final Fantasy Resonance coming October 22nd to Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC.
Is it weird that I could understand everything he was saying? He's got a really thick accent, but he knows English.
Resonance and compatibility with that of the character. I love seeing these classic Vision characters like Cloud, Tidus, and
He's got a really thick accent, but I can definitely understand him. That's that Louisiana culture in me. Man, if you've ever heard a Cajun person talk, bro, it sounds like gobbledygook just spewing out of their mouth. The hell is this? What is this?
You were born of forbidden blood. Bound in chains to serve the Order of the Crimson Moon. Rise, Nephilim, and
Yo, I've been saying that for months now, bro. Invincible is such a great show. It is not a cartoon. It is not a cartoon. There is blood and gore and death everywhere, but my God, is it a great fucking show. Oh, man.
falls back to their fire.
Oh, man, is it good. Yo! This is multiplayer. This is multiplayer. I don't care about multiplayer. Keep showing me more of this gameplay trailer. I want to keep watching this.
Park your rear and lend an ear. It's your favorite lean, mean man in green, Sergeant Major Avery Johnson. I just beat the campaign, aren't I done? No, we got all the bits, bobs, levers, and knobs to tweak and tune your experience. First up, Skulls. In Halo
Oh, fuck yourself, man. Oh, man. Fuck yourself.
Campaign Evolved, there are 3 skulls hidden in each and every alien-infested mission. They're collectible artifacts.
Oh, wait, what? That's not what I thought it was. So the skulls that I remember from the original campaign, if I'm not mistaken, was like a difficulty. And that shit was hard, bro.
That help you modify your mission with tougher challenges, bonus perks, or
Oh, okay, yeah, it is.
truly absurd outcomes. Turn on 1, turn on 2. Hell, turn them all on if you think you can handle it. Let's have a look at some of my favorites. You feeling proud of those headshots? How about celebrating with a
In
grunt?
my defense, I haven't played Halo in at least 10 years. It's been about that long. Probably longer.
How about infinite ammo? Let me say that again.
That's fun.
Infinite ammo. Activate the bandana skull and you'll never have to worry about battery charge or how many magazines you got left. And if the ground is feeling hot, 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 some skulls will make you jump around.
No shot. So they have like the floor is lava skull now? That's awful.
Boom! Bang!
Infinite
Look at 'em
grenades.
fly. Some skulls bring the bip, the bap, and the boom. Rockets, grenades, vehicles. It's glorious to behold.
Big booms.
Do you believe
Big
you can
booms.
fly? Do you believe you can touch the sky? The acrophobia skull will let you take flight to explore every corner of
Oh, I must have been playing a version that was cracked then. Because, for me, it was a little different. I didn't have to find them, though I didn't play it. Like, whenever I played the original game, I didn't have an Xbox. I used it on computer, and it was my cousin's computer, so...
Alpha Halo.
Knowing him, he probably cracked it. I know that, and I say that because I had started a new campaign.
You want to admire that sleek new
I don't know
Mark
if it carries or not, but
5
like...
armor. Activate the perspective skull to pull those eyes out of your head and see things in third person. Then again, sometimes you just want some.
He was like, you should turn all of those on, and I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, just turn them all on. Yeah, you'll like the game. And I'm like, all right, cool. So I turned them all on, and then I hated myself. And then I realized that he's just an asshole.
Old school vibes. Maybe throw it back to simpler times. In my day, the MA5B held 60 rounds. Look at those shell casing fly. Whether you want to play OG or OP, skulls can make you feel like the biggest badass on the block. And that's not all. Can't decide what route to take? Remix mode will automatically order you a combo platter to get you out of the menu and into the mayhem. Don't worry though, at this finest...
Alright, let's move on from this. I'm good. I actually had a little memory break there that I completely forgot about in my life because of that. I went down memory lane, I did. Okay, what is that everything? I don't really care about that. Okay, so we got some more Alien Isolation stuff we're gonna look at.
What I wanted to do was tell the next chapter in the Alien Isolation story, kind of what happened next. Alien Isolation 2 takes place months after the events of Alien Isolation, so we're really close. The lab that was in the first game that was jettisoned by Marshall Waite has crash landed on a planet's surface. So I think as part of that opportunity of the sequel was being able to tell a new story within the context of the isolation journey through the eyes of a new character, Blake, who is kind of wailing.
So it's not even the same person. Well, okay.
Tiny management. So we're kind of seeing things from a slightly different perspective this time. They're a character that obviously hasn't encountered the alien before. She follows in a very strong tradition of strong female lead characters within the IP.
Safety procedure sequence successful.
Obviously, the original came out 12 years ago, and super proud.
No way. Did Alien Isolation really come out 12 years ago? Bro, there's no way. When did Alien Isolation come out? It came out October 7, 2014. Man, I feel old. Fuck.
Of what we put together. It felt like we were doing something different at the time, something new, but super excited that it kind of found an audience and people who really kind of connected with that experience. Obviously, I had been thinking about a sequel prior to the release of the original game. Been something at the back of my mind. I think it's just things need to fall into place. I guess the truth is, as a studio, we've been really busy for the last couple of years, and so I guess it wasn't until recently that it's felt like, okay, maybe that was the right time to return. Obviously, having so much support from our fans over the years asking for a sequel has been fantastic and super valuable.
I mean, as long as it's the same directors and the same writers as before, I feel like there's a good chance this is going to be really good. I liked some of the DLCs that came out with Alien Isolation. They had original characters from the actual movie, from the original Alien movie in the DLCs where you got to play. So you in the original Alien movie, there was a scene where the guy went through the air ducts, right? And you replay that scene, but there was like missing footage that they added into the game that you didn't see in the film. And I loved that idea. It made me really into the actual game even more so than I otherwise would have been, because I wanted to see more lore about the original crew.
To us. We really loved the first game, but we absolutely didn't want to kind of copy and paste what we did in the past and just like stick a 2 on it. You know, we really wanted to do something that absolutely matched the original and went beyond, create something that was truly memorable, really returning to the strengths of the original and obviously looking to see where we can improve and expand. I think for us, the core is that kind of ultimate game of cat and mouse, the perfect organism with the focus on survival, not killing, the tools they have at hand, some skill, probably a bit of luck to overcome this incredible creature, which is again systemic. It's not scripted. It's just using its senses to try and track you down. So it's looking for you and listening for you. And I suppose that's the foundation of what we were trying to do, of what we wanted to return to and build upon. So I think its kind of heart is the same. Makes it fresh is the context, the new world, the new story, the new protagonist, the new tools and gadgets that we're going to be giving the player. I think at its core, the experience is kind of being hunted by something is kind of universal and almost timeless. And we are finding new ways to expand in kind of really meaningful ways, really terrifying ways, all to create the kind of greatest alien isolation experience possible.
It's the atmosphere. The atmosphere of the original Alien Isolation is, as long as you're playing the game, oh my god, dude, the experience is insane. I've got to give it to the guys that made the original Alien Isolation. Oh, that atmosphere. It's so tense you could cut it with a knife.
So our new location, Kurosaki Station, which is on a new planet within the IP, OV921, is that new canvas for us to tell a new story.
I like the idea of it being on a planet as well. I really like that idea.
Those really claustrophobic interiors, which people know and love, and where the player feels really trapped and claustrophobic and they want to get out. But now we have these exterior spaces where once the player manages to get out, and after that initial rush of, yes, I'm no longer trapped, they start to slowly feel quite exposed and vulnerable, and actually they'd quite like to get back inside again. Having the player ride that kind of seesaw of emotion and motivation is making the sequel really special.
That's interesting. Okay. That's really interesting. I wonder if you'll run into the alien outside in the, like, brushlands and stuff.
We take that core isolation experience, the cat and mouse. It's about movement, it's about choices, about line of sight, very kind of simple building blocks, and they work for the interior spaces, but they also work really well for the exterior spaces. But then you add in all the tools and gadgets that we can give the player, plus new ones to help them divert, distract, disrupt, all in order to try and change the odds of survival and to make it absolutely terrifying. It feels like a really natural extension. The first game, no means perfect. We do feel like there's opportunities there. And one of those things, I suppose, is, I think there's a bit of a meme that Alien Isolation is a game about hiding in lockers. It really isn't a game about hiding in lockers.
I just came to this realization that if you grew up during, like, the Aliens, Alien 3 era, you didn't know anything about this franchise whatsoever. Like, you thought it was just movies and stuff, right? You didn't really think much of it. And as Prometheus and Alien Covenant came out, you learned that they were created by David or, like, a synth. And then you read the comics, and then you play the games, and you really kind of, like, for me at least, I really admire and love the amount of thought and effort that went into this franchise over time. Because it took them a while to finally reveal the actual truth behind what made the aliens. And the big twist behind it is what kind of really pulls it all together, It's that you thought it was made by an alien race. You thought they were just some kind of hell spawn that just got spit out of hell a long time ago. Nope. An asshole robot made it to try and kill off mankind. Isn't that kind of crazy, dude? The whole idea behind it and the premise is insane. Then you've got like alien colonies and how like you'll get male aliens that are really beefy and buff that are almost as big as the queens, but they only happen when they only spawn whenever they're inside of like really big super hives. And then there's like lore behind different types of aliens that spawn. There's also like an alien planet that has two different types of aliens that are constantly at war. There's so much lore with this universe, and it's kind of really cool to see all the different stories. It really is.
I think maybe some may have hidden a locker and it may have saved them, and then they feel too scared to try too much more else out. And then maybe it does feel like it's game about hiding in lockers.
It does get cool when they meet with the Predators. There's a good chance that we're going to see more Alien versus Predator stuff now that they're all under one roof. These are no longer going to be collaborations. They're all owned by the same company now. So there's a good chance they're going to be bringing back Alien versus Predator. In fact, I've already started to see comic books of the Predators and the aliens entering the Marvel Universe. So there may be a chance that we see Captain America in a movie fighting Predators and aliens. Keep that in mind, guys. These are all owned by the same franchise now. Whenever you go to a comic book store and you ask for an Alien series, they'll ask you if you want the original owned by, I think it's by like 20th Century Fox, or if you want the franchise that's owned by Disney, which is all the ones that are going to be printed from today forward. The franchise is now owned by Disney. So like it's all going to be, you're going to be seeing a lot of new movies probably within the next 10 years of Alien versus Captain America, or Predator versus Captain America, or Predator versus the Hulk, Predator versus everything. Predator versus Venom, Venom Predator hybrid. You know, you're going to be seeing a lot of crazy shit.
And so I think one of the things we can do, the sequel, help players understand.
No, it's going to happen. They've already started producing comics. I've got a few of them, actually, that I got recently. It's going to happen. They're going to make movies. I promise you they're going to make movies.
All of these different tools and gadgets that they have at hand, how they might be useful to them and how they might change the odds. We start from being inspired by the movie, that 1979.
By the way, I've also been reading the Transformers comic books, the ones that you saw I took a picture of and put in Discord. Y'all should know that there are a lot of Marvel characters. There was also a comic that I read in that book there's like one of the first two books in that entire compendium or whatever the fuck that thing's called. That is Transformers meets Spider-Man. And there's a lot of Marvel character references in that Transformers book. So there may be a chance that, and if I'm not mistaken, Transformers is now owned by the same company as well. So like there's a chance that we may see Marvel Universe Transformers meets the Avengers meets the Predators, or versus the Predators, or versus the aliens. There is a chance that we will see that.
Original Ridley Scott movie. For Isolation, I think it is about stepping back into that original. That was the original inspiration and the IP. There's been some really interesting new innovations and directions. I think we feel like there's such a rich
Let's go, Megabytes!
within that original 1979 absolute masterpiece that we want to build on and explore. That's the world that is, I guess, our greatest focus and greatest inspiration. Lighting is incredibly important, key component of the experience. We're using Unreal as our engine. We're writing our own custom lighting and audio in order to really, I guess, tune and tailor the experience to exactly how we want it to be. I guess the question for us is, what would it genuinely be like for us to be able to transport you so you encounter that creature, taking the player to a new world in which they encounter the alien in a new exterior environment. Felt like a really, really amazing opportunity because we could bring a lot of the things that we've done in the past, all the immersion, all the atmospheric, but put it in a new context whilst keeping a lot of the things that people knew and loved about the original. Technology has moved on. The sort of the tenets and the approach has remained the same, that it's unpredictable, kind of mysterious, unknowable, that you are, as a player, underpowered and underprepared, and that this creature is able to learn from every encounter they have with the player and adapt.
You might be right. Disney's too woke to make anything good. You might be right. But I'm not gonna lie. That most recent Predator film that I watched was actually really good. Predator Badlands, was it? Was actually pretty good. Like, whenever we started that film, I didn't want to stop watching. I wanted to know more. It actually, the way that the suspense is put into that film was really good. There are a lot of critiques to it. Yes, I agree with that. But it was pretty damn good.
Behavior based on that. Now they're doing it in two quite distinct environments, the interiors and exteriors. The player will have some returning tools and gadgets, plus some new ones, and the alien has to take those into account. So today, again, we're only showing a glimpse, and we'll be talking more about that in the future, and showing more in the future.
You know what? Is this the trailer? Trailer. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna move on from this. We've got a lot of stuff to cover today. A lot of like hour-long videos. So let's just move on from this. We're gonna skip more Paras today. We're gonna go straight into Daily Dose of the Internet. I want to watch this one.
Hello everyone, this is your
W Daily Dose of the Internet. Check out Daily Dose of the Internet on the internet. I'm kidding, it's on YouTube. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is this here? Boom. Okay. Boom. Alright, let's
Daily
get
Dose
it.
of Internet. Twice a year, all the shadows disappear in Hawaii, making it look like a video game.
No. Is that real? Nuh-uh. Do the shadows really disappear in Hawaii twice a year? So, yes, shadows really do disappear in Hawaii twice a year. This real natural phenomenon is known as the, oh god, Lahunina? I can't, the Laninunanun. Dude, that's funny. A zero shadow day.
This is a solar event that happens twice a year, only in the tropics.
That's creepy.
It's when the sun is directly overhead, and when you sit something down on top of a flat surface, it casts no shadow whatsoever.
I bet that place is a great place to go to for pictures, with the literal most perfect lighting in the world. No shadow cast whatsoever. You're cool. Oh! He would be dead. If that was my mom, I would just be dead. I would just be dead. I would be vaporized. Laser beams would shoot from her eyes and I would just be dead, bro. There's no way. I would never even think about doing something like this. Like, every bone in my body immediately seized up whenever I saw this. Oh my god. Yo! Bruh. if I could say what was going through my head right now, I would be banned.
No. Oh. Can I do anything to make you feel better? Hello?
Oh! 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 He got so lucky.
Precious
Bro!
You got perfect, precious snuggle baby. And then you got demon from hell.
I think the guy laughing might be the culprit.
So I'm in here writing a report because, you know, Popo do Popo things. And... Lizard.
This Canadian university broke the world record for the largest gathering of people wearing dinosaur costumes.
How's it going, Beyond Aether? Look at all the dinos. One.
Come on.
I guess this guy has never watched a horror movie.
Guys, there's nothing up here. What the?
I like when water is under ice and it makes that googly moogly sound where it's like blah, 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 blah. Listen. I really like it. It's like blah, 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 blah.
She was trying to get her baby to talk to the camera when this happened. Every wedding should have this from now on.
Best thing I've ever seen for a wedding.
Those Ray-Bans?
Seating chart.
What the fuck? This is the best thing I've ever seen.
I'm not trying
No, that's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, that's me, that's Troy, that's my son Aiden.
Huh.
Short, tall.
Do you think he wants to go for a walk?
I'm gonna go for a walk. I am going to go for a walk right now. It is time
It says
to go
walk,
for a walk.
walk.
I have decided.
Give
to
me a
go
walk.
for a walk. Does anybody else want to go for a walk?
Oh my god, dude, that shit's so annoying. Man, we gotta talk about this mosquito problem. We gotta kill these motherfuckers off, dude. We gotta get rid of them. I know that we're supposed to have them, but look, do we really need them? I mean, like, let's come on.
Eclipse.
Oh, weird. Oh.
Which of them did a better job?
This is mine.
Oh, whoa. That's really good.
Oh, no. Bro, you know he's got a stick figure on his. You know, everybody knows this dude has a stick figure. It is the go-to for art.
Nick Cage. Wow. So, I will mind you that...
Just show it.
Oh. Honestly, bro, I would have just went with the stick figure, because now you're going to be sleeping on the couch.
You can look at it.
I'm scared.
Me too.
I'm scared. Me too. He already knows.
I'm scared.
Me too.
Save me? Does that really say save me on it? Save me.
This university in Pennsylvania has a 100-year-old tradition of racing buggies through the street.
Delta Gamma looking to make some women's buggy history here, not here, even in an exhibition deep.
Making the shoot turn.
Only in America. Only in America do we have a sport for women where they push a buggy. Only in America. Wait. This isn't in America, is it?
A little wide open.
Wait, where's this at? Where do they say this is?
In Pennsylvania has
No, this is in America. This is in Pennsylvania.
A tradition of racing buggies through the street.
Oh, there's a person in there. There's a fucking person in that shit.
Has a 100-year-old tradition.
Bro, what?
Of racing buggies through the street.
Delta Gamma looking to make some women's buggy history here, not here, even in an exhibition deep.
Making the shoot turn a little wide open. Tiny scrub there, but otherwise through cleanly.
Say the time that they're going to want to beat. Hold on. They will not. That is a 244.8.
2 hands, go. Oh, try again. Whoa.
Oh.
This is my impression of a pirate who just had his goods stolen.
Arr, me goods.
Got some horseshoe crabs here. These guys are so neat. Look at them climb up into my little hand. Hey.
Those things are so creepy. Those things are so creepy, bro. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, what the heck? What? Yo, what? Get out of here.
New level.
God damn, you think those bitches could go up any higher?
Time to cut out.
Oh, no, y'all. My power just almost went out. Did y'all see that? No. 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 No.
I hate that shit, dude. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'll be sitting at home and that stuff start happening. I'll be like, dude, either stay on or go off, god damn it. Because every time it does that, you risk, like, burning something up electrical. And you're like, you either end up like messing your computer up or your TV or something, man. I just get so nervous. I'm just like, either stay on or off, bitch. This, my friends, is what we call gobbledygook. Why do ducks have tail feathers? To hide their butt quacks. I see.
Her
so
dog was trying to become an influencer.
Yo!
That is this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Alright, let's get it. So, as you'll know, Reckless Ben has been silenced by pricks and mini dicks. So let's see what.
And Minifigs has struck back as they've gone after Ben in a big way. We're to that today on the Legal Mindset.
Legal Mindset. Go check out Legal Mindset on the tube. If you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream. We're here every day, 8 a.m. to whenever the fuck Central Time. Boom. Oh, whoops.
There, a judge. He's presiding over the Robinson trial right now. Of course,
They did. They had his GoFundMe taken down, but it is back up. They have put it back up.
not without flaws. Looking at his record, there's some cases where he seems to have made some decisions I wouldn't have made. But that's the thing about the law. You oftentimes, as a lawyer, you can disagree with a judge, sometimes even strongly disagree with a judge. But overall, you look at his track record for fairness and you say, is this a judge that is grossly biased in one way or has grossly bad outcomes? And Tony Graff, by all examinations, doesn't look like that. But once again, let's judge things as they go and let's see how this turns out, because we've got a temporary restraining order here that was entered into ex parte. Ex parte meaning without one of the parties there, Ben Schneider, was not able to give his side of the story, his picture, before this restraining order was granted. Now, under the Utah rules of civil procedure, typically these things have a limit of 14 days, these ex parte orders, till they're ruled upon. This one, we're looking at that one coming in on the 5th, with his hearing being on the 22nd.
Okay.
Now, what will happen in that hearing is we'll decide whether or not to make that preliminary injunction last even longer. And we're going to be getting into that with more detail. The other thing I want to point out here is they did deliver to the Schneiders by alternative service. So one of the things that they might have thought by, going abroad or by moving around or not.
I love how these guys are willing to bribe off people and pay off the police and use all these court fees and stuff that they're going to be liable for instead of just paying the $200,000. Look, by the time they get done with this, even if Reckless Ben manages to lose this, the amount of court fees and lawyers' fees that are going to come out of this are going to be well over $200,000. Like, Pricks and Mini Dicks has to figure something else out about this, man. They're just a joke. This is a joke. And not to mention their reputation is completely ruined now. Nobody likes them.
In Utah is that they would avoid service, meaning avoid being given the papers. Well, the judge said, you know what, we are going to allow service by email as sufficient for the purpose of this order. So they allowed that alternative service there through that process. Now we're going to get into what Ben thinks about that in just 1 second. But first, I have this important message. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms.
And that's what you get, assholes.
But denies the up on social. Morgan is in for a case of this went down with the restraining order, with the injunctive order.
Episode 3 is
we've already watched this. We've watched this already.
I want to say that if he was Ben seems a little bit surprised about this, but this is something that if he was talking to a lawyer, actually talking to a lawyer, not just taking their emails, but really engaged.
That's what I was saying before, is like, if you've got all these lawyers that are reaching out to you across the country, you need to sit down with them. You need to be face to face. They need to walk you through everything that's going to happen, and you need to make your decisions based on that. That's what should have started the minute that, the second that this entered court, he needed to sit down with a lawyer and start planning all this out. But I think Legal Mindset, unfortunately, was right. I don't think Reckless Ben took this seriously. I don't.
A serious attorney who's experienced on this, not just trying to farm this for, engagement or whatever else. And this is where I'm giving Ben a little bit of pushback, because I know he's afraid of getting in there with attorneys, of actually engaging them, of actually hiring a real attorney that knows what he's...
There are attorneys that feel the same way that Reckless Ben does, that want to take these scumbags down. They want to take these assholes down. They want to take down the police department. To be quite frank, because that footage was leaked of the police person going to his car and fact-checking that lawsuit, there's no reason why the federal government hasn't stepped in yet. The federal government needs to do a full-scale investigation on that department.
Talking about, but this is a stern talking to coming from a...
And here's what's even crazier is the police department made a statement, a formal statement on their webpage saying that it was an accident, that the video that was released, and that they wanted the public to use the redacted version of those videos that were released. that proved that Ben was in the right whenever it came to him delivering those papers.
Position where I generally support what Ben has been doing overall for the Mansells, saying that he needs to get serious because he seems surprised by this. If he was speaking to an attorney, he probably wouldn't be as surprised here, right? And I think this is something where he really needs to lock in, because what he's got coming up on the 22nd is a serious hearing. He needs to present his side of the story. The first side was ex parte. It was without his side of the story, but he needs an attorney who's experienced, maybe who has been before Judge Graff before, who's got a good case record. That is going to be very important for him to have in order to go and to win that order. He needs to win.
They sent court papers to my email, which I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that I'm officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like, screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But
and this is where I think, I see where his heart is. I see where he's coming from. I get him. I get Ben, right? He's trying to do the right thing, and he's probably a person that doesn't listen well to others when they tell him, hey, you shouldn't do that, or hey, you can't do that. But there's a point at which you actually have to stop and listen, right? And maybe in the past, he's been served on YouTube by pushing the limit, by pushing content a little bit further. I get that. I cover a lot of streamers that push the limit, but they end up in jail, right? I mean, look at Johnny Somali, right? You don't want to.
Yeah, but the thing is that they end up in jail for all the right reasons. If Reckless Ben ends up in jail because of this, it's disgusting. In fact, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. Apparently, from what I understand, where's it at? RICO charges are something that can be filed on you criminally if you are, like, for example, a gang member doing organized crime. So they are trying to put RICO charges on a 20-something-year-old man that is trying to get $200,000 worth of Lego bricks back. You're hearing this correctly. RICO charges is something that you catch whenever you're doing organized crime.
Keep going and going and going past when other people tell you to stop. I think there are people out there giving Ben good advice. He's had a lot of people messaging him, a lot of people reaching out. And I know it's difficult, but he's actually got to listen in this case.
In this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit and we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like, immediately. So,
and you end up in jail. Don't forget about that. He will end up in jail.
Is that this is unfair because this order was put on me. I did
of the story in the legal complaint from Bricks and Minifigs. So Bricks and Minifigs is definitely playing things up. It's definitely pushing things and pushing a narrative that is more than what is the facts here. So he does have a right here to defend himself, to speak, essentially. And what I believe, and I would make the argument in favor of Ben, right? So here is my argument, my pro-Ben argument, that they are stifling his
they could be
First
civil
Amendment
or criminal. But, like, it kind of blows my mind that you can do a civil charge with RICO charges. How do you even, like, doesn't that mean that if he actually wins the case for the civil, doesn't it become criminal? I don't need, like, how does that even make any sense? Why is that even a civil thing? Why is that even a thing you can do civilly? That's weird.
His freedom of speech, that this injunctive order that says he can't talk about them at all, that he can't make YouTube content, he's completely silenced, is ridiculous. Think about putting that on the news. Think about putting that on any other person that's creating something that is in opposition to somebody. You can't say anything bad about them. That's stifling your freedom of speech, right? That's not permissible. Now, of course, there's things like defamation, which is accusing other people of crimes that are not permissible.
But he wants to go to court for defamation, because if you go to court for defamation, The thing is like when you end up in court for defamation, both sides have to present proof that they didn't do what is being said here. So like the person that accused the other person of doing it has to bring proof that they actually did say what they're like. Let's say you want to call Hassan. Hassan likes to call Destiny a sex pest. Well, if Destiny sues Hassan, Destiny has to bring proof that he has never done anything that has been like sex pest oriented. And Hassan has to prove, this is the harder part, Hassan has to prove that Destiny is a sex pest, right? So both sides have to bring proof, which means that like a lot of them don't do it because somewhere along the way, someone is doing something they shouldn't be doing in some way, shape, or form. Like usually if they're like, oh, well, that's defamation, then and they have the ability to sue somebody, they won't because they're either guilty or they're poor. I mean, that's really the only way. I mean, if you're not going to sue somebody for defamation, it's because you're poor. But in my opinion, if they're committing defamation on you, you might want to sue them simply because it could hurt your reputation. Kind of like Tectone being called an ARPist. It's the same thing, but
that's a whole different story. If the court wanted to limit the scope and said, hey, you cannot say these specific defamatory things, that's a lot different than saying you can't mention their name at all. That is, in my opinion, too broad. That's the argument I would make on his behalf, or I think his lawyer should make on his behalf, is that this is indeed overly broad and is stifling of his First Amendment rights. And I think that is a very strong argument. And I think his feelings here are indeed valid.
The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I am now no longer allowed to talk about them, and it looks like this might be it.
So I think that ending there is a little bit hamming it up. I mean, he's not going to the gulag. He's not going to Siberia, right? He's going to a hearing on the 22nd, okay? So he's not going to jail, right, guy people? He's not going to be hauled off in irons. He's going to a hearing on a protective order.
Well, I think he was saying that in the instance that he probably won't be able to say anything until after the 22nd. And if things don't go in his favor, then he might not be able to say anything until this is all said and done, which could be months. This could be months. So I understand why he's saying that.
That is very important. And strike back there. They get that with this victory with the protective order. So let's move on. There's a little bit more to talk about here. So we also had a lot of drama regarding the GoFundMe. So at first, GoFundMe actually folded. They actually ended up caving in and giving up and saying...
The thing is I think this makes GoFundMe look really bad. Unless it's a legal court order to take down the GoFundMe, GoFundMe should have never catered to this. Period. They should not have done this.
We're taking this down. Now, for those that have not been around the internet for a while and followed legal defense on my channel for a very, very... GoFundMe is doing something they've done time and time again with others on
the only time that a GoFundMe fundraiser or any kind of fundraiser should be taken down is if it's illegal. If, like you've got up there, help me fund my drug addiction, you should probably take that down. But, like, the only other time should be if it's a court order.
With Sargon, there's with plenty of other controversial people and controversial cases. Anytime it requires them to have a spine, a GoFundMe, say that they're really only taking down, they're supposed to only take down things for serious crimes. We're talking felonies here. So, if something is a felony, no reason under their own terms of service, if you read their own terms of service, for them to actually go and take this down. This is something they should not have taken down in the first at home who are liking these videos, following, commenting, replying on YouTube, Instagram, all as there was a other social media is definitely helping on this one, because as soon as there was a other legal defense fund formed here by actual justice warrior Sean Fitzgerald, who started one on competitor Give Send Go, who went out on Give Send Go and actually started a competitor. I think what happened is the internal PR people, and we'll talk about what happened there at Bricks and Minifigs with some of their internal stuff in a second, but the people at GoFundMe panicked, seeing Give Send Go, a competitor, up. And what they ended up doing
was releasing it,
saying, hey, no, we've got to put this back. So actually, I pulled this.
That's crazy to me. So they didn't even release it for the right reasons. They released it because their competitor was going to get all the wow. This is the reason why monopolies are bad. If it was just GoFundMe out there that would allow funding, this would be a huge problem. Competition for these multi-billion-dollar companies is always a good thing.
Up just as I was about to record this at 8:22.
I bet they did.
Time, so flip it for America. It's 8:22 a.m. over there. Admitted once again the GoFundMe, which is at 456K out of 500K. Now, I still think there's a use in an alternative contact with Ben. So Ben, if you're out there watching, please get in contact with him on what to do with that legal defense fund. You need to actually be talking to people that are trying to help you and trying to coordinate these things. So, hey Ben, go reach out to him. But these things, these campaigns on social media are clearly working. They're influencing companies. Patreon CEO made a statement.
My name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. So after an extensive review and investigation, we have in fact, unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
So by these folks actually getting online, being active, pushing these things, retweeting this is working. And you guys at home should know, do not give up. Despite the fact that Ben cannot speak, that doesn't mean that all of you out there cannot speak as well. It doesn't mean that other channels like myself and like others, people reacting to my channels, my content, are not going to be pushing back against this, as they absolutely 100% should. Okay, another fun fact.
I didn't even see that. I could probably just do this. Like, is this what you're talking about? Doing that? Actually, I could probably go down here, huh? I could probably go right here. Probably be a little bit better if I did that for right now. Gotta remember to put it back. Is that what you're talking about? Like moving the camera down?
Fact we found out here was Bricks and Minifigs lead. Now, this is a fun one, and a hat tip to the humble fruit farmers out there that found this one. But this is from the marketing director of Bricks and Minifigs, and you can find down here, in 2026, I was appointed incident commander during a national reputational crisis, coordinating executive leadership, legal counsel, franchise relations, public relations, customer communications, and digital reputation management efforts across the organization. So clearly we have here someone that has been put on the Bricks and Minifigs, the Reckless Ben case. So we see who that is. It's lovely here, Caitlin Fagan, MBA. Now, I love her title here. Marketing director, deputational head, brand content SEO expert, small business owner, chronic overachiever. She went to Brigham Young, like many people, Marriott School of Business, Bricks and Minifigs
That's
official.
right. She's got to make sure that she maintains her job, because if this turns out really badly for Pricks and Mini Dicks, they could end up going out of business, kind of like what's going on right now anyway. With how much money they're hemorrhaging towards this, I hope they do.
So you see, that's her LinkedIn profile right there. Now, I want to say, as corporate counsel, as the heartless lawyer who was brought in to say the heartless things that other people cannot say, right? As a many-year corporate attorney, bless her heart.
I'm not gonna move that around. No, I'm gonna leave that where it's at. I thought you were talking about on like the other one. No, I'm gonna leave it the way it is.
Not the person that you want to be doing this exclusively here. It looks like her experience, looking at what she's doing, she's making contests for Lego McClocks.
Oh, is the chat there? I didn't even think of that. I get what you're saying now. There's actually a way you can turn the chat off. You can turn the chat off, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, just giveaways, doing marketing stuff. Her background appears to be in just general marketing, not in something that's high level crisis management. You're going to want a big company like 5PWR or the PH Group out of the UK. They're better for the UK. 5PWR
I could do this. Is that better? So that way the chat's just in the void. Chat, you're in the void.
So those are high-end PR companies, essentially, that large corporations can bring in crises. So you're going to want to bring in somebody external. Now, I have not heard any statement that from any external PR firm, saying they're working with them, or know otherwise that they're working with an external PR firm. They could be.
Why does this lady look so familiar?
Have not heard any statement that from any external PR firm, saying they're working with them, or know otherwise that they're working with external
W10 Jewels by the soccer dude. W10
PR firm.
Jewels.
They could be, that I don't know of, or we don't know of. But you certainly don't want to put everything on poor Caitlin here. That's not fair to her, and she's probably not qualified to be handling this alone by herself without some external support. So that's something.
I guarantee you she's not. If the judge immediately passed the thing that silenced Ben's freedom of speech, I guarantee you that that she's probably got a team of lawyers. Ben should be doing the same thing.
That I just wanted to put out there. Hopefully they're paying for that. And what I'm getting to
they
here
absolutely
is the
are.
price that they are going to be paying for this. Not
even if Ben loses, the amount of sales that they've lost because of this are going to be substantial. And even after, even if Ben manages to get locked up for this, the internet is just going to say that it was nothing but corporate corruption that got him arrested and put in jail. It is going to completely decimate their sales.
Just in the overtime for poor Caitlin here, but in the external firm, it's going to be in the numbers far above hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? This is going to cost millions. Them a lot of money, right? And this is something that they've got to do because now the algorithm is taken over with this. And, even if you've got one really hard worker on your team, she's not going to be able to carpet bomb the PR on this and kind of make this thing spin around. That's not something that one individual inside, even if she's a really hard worker, is going to be able to do by herself, right? So let's go to my judgment here. So in my judgment, Ben needs to stay calm, listen to counsel, and obey the judge for now. So I am not at all encouraging him to violate the, and I would never do that, to say, just okay.
My thing is that if you can't make videos about it, you should be speaking with lawyers every day. You should be sitting down with lawyers at a table and discussing the game plan. And I'm not talking about like one lawyer. I'm talking like a group of lawyers. If you've got a chair at a dining room table that's empty, it needs to be, that the lawyer's ass needs to be sitting in it. Period.
Screw the judge, do whatever you want.
There are a lot of lawyer YouTubers out there that want a piece of this. Give them their fame.
Sunset. We're not doing that. We're not going to crazy town on that one, okay? Obey the judge for now. Listen to the order. Do what it says.
That's right.
And prepare for the hearing. Come with your best case to that hearing. Be prepared. Hire a competent attorney. There's lots of very good, very passionate attorneys out there. Look for their history in that court, maybe their history with Judge Graff, their track record, not just what they're saying, not just because they're your bro, but actually because they've got the skills to do this.
What you could do is just hire an attorney in that state and have him be the person that goes up and talks to the judge and you have like a group of lawyers that sit down with that one attorney or that one lawyer, and they all come together with a game plan on what they're going to do, and he's just like the spokesman, you know what I'm saying? Like,
also, with social media pressure, that is going to be key to fighting back against bricks and minifigs, as well as unjust corporate actions. Corporations are still very susceptible to the public opinion, to PR, to things that are trending on X.
The reason for that is because they're losing so much money because nobody's shopping there, and people are showing up at their locations and beating the hell out of them now.
Instagram, etc. So continuing to stay on this, continuing to expose this, continuing to share these videos,
exactly,
and get this information out there is key. I know not everybody watches YouTube, so by the way, anybody who wants to clip my content, take it out there, put it on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, on Bricks and Minifigs, I bless you to do that. You are free to do that and get the word out there so that more people know about this. The upcoming hearing is on June 22nd, where Ben gets to present his side. So we'll very much be looking forward to that. And I'm going to be looking to get more information on that hearing so that I can provide that.
Yo, W Legal Mindset. So what are we going to do? What time is it? 9:30. Let's do this. So we talked about this, I don't know, sometime last week, about the girl, the YouTuber that cheated on her boyfriend with her cousin, right? This is her truth. Here we go, guys. She made a video.
This girl uploaded a video.
This is her. This is the cousin fucker.
Now, I replied to this. I said, you already know it's going to be some real bullshit when a Foyd starts out with my truth.
A Foyd is a female incel.
So this girl right here, this is crazy. So just make sure to everybody get you know, all on the same page with this. This girl fucked her cousin. She fucked her cousin.
And there is actual proof. Whenever the guy published the video, he was recording her screen with his phone and streaming it to the internet. Okay, so there is a list of things that she had to do with her cousin, and a bunch of other stuff on there. The conversations that they had together, and she's in the background banging on the door asking for her phone back. So you can't even say that it didn't happen. It literally happened. You can hear her in the background hitting on the door. He live streamed it. It's all there. It's all there. All the information is exposed. It's out there. There was no lying with this.
She had sex with her cousin. Her blood cousin. Not cousin-in-law, not second cousin, her cousin. And her boyfriend found this shit out and exposed her.
Hello everyone, I am here to say my truth and share my story on the things that have been released on the internet.
Let me guess. He abused you. He neglected you. You've got a mental illness. These are the three. I got a checklist going here. What else? What else do we have? She's saying she's seeking help, and she's attempted self-harm. What else? I think 5 is good. 5 is a good number. 5. So we got attempted self-harm or some form of that. She's seeking help. She was abused by the boyfriend. What else? What else did I say? Mental illness, and then there was something else. What else was it? It was something else. Whatever. We'll get there.
Things that have happened to me. First and foremost, I want to start off by taking full accountability for what I did. I want to start off by apologizing to the person that I hurt the most in this situation, which was my ex.
You apologize to your family. You should apologize to your family.
I want to say sorry to my supporters that I disappointed. I did a lot of things that I'm not proud of, and I have to own up to them. To my ex.
So what you're saying is that you cheated. So you cheated with your cousin, right? So that's a form of guilt. You just apologize to your ex.
I'm so sorry for
There's been like 3 cuts so far already.
hurting you, and I'm sorry that I did not take your feelings into consideration when I did what I did. But our relationship...
Honestly, like, it's not even about the cheating. It's about the fact that it was...
She fucked her cousin. I mean, like...
It's your cousin.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect as it may seem.
She's reading a script?
In
Of
our
course she is.
relationship, and I was in a very dark place at the time when I did
Here we go.
what I did.
She's reading a script?
In
Of
our
course she is.
relationship, and I was in a very dark place at the time when
This is the part where she tries to throw all the blame onto him, right?
Was in a dark place. Yeah, that dark place was called Kentucky. When you decided to fuck your cousin.
I have to own up to what I did. I have to take accountability for
Just
my actions.
Kentucky.
And in doing that, I've come to
Like, real quick, I'm a TLDR what I think she should have done instead of this. I think that she should have just put to you. I was her. Like,
I think she should just get off the internet.
I've done. I'd like to come on here to share my story.
I can
because
fix her. Yeah, exactly.
Regardless, I've done wrong, and I did not have to go down that route.
So, right, I am.
Deeply
I know.
regret it.
Right.
But there's more to my story, and there's a lot of lies and misinformation being spread
I missed
about
one. I should have said that try to call him a liar or something, but that's okay.
in order to
I missed
farm
one.
hate and negativity towards my name.
Yeah.
And I would like to clear up a lot of things.
Okay.
First, I want to address the note that was released online. I did not have any involvement in creating it or writing it in any way. It was only shared to me. And I also want to make this very clear. I did not have any sexual intercourse with anybody outside of my relationship.
So you're a liar. Wow. The person that lied about cheating is now lying to all of her fans. Congratulations, you've alienated everybody because you're stupid. Who would believe you? Why would you believe this person?
There was a rumor going around that I was cheating my entire relationship, and I've been doing this for months, which is completely false because this is only a recent incident that had occurred. I'm not trying to make anything I've done sound any better, but I think it's important that I share my truth because of the insane amount of lies that are being spread about me on
I mean, she's probably just lying, number one.
Exactly.
Number one, she's probably just lying.
She lied to somebody whose house she was staying in. She didn't have to pay any bills or anything. And from what I understand, she wasn't just getting money from the guy she was with. She was getting money from a lot of people, like, from everywhere. So, like, I don't believe this girl for a second.
Two, like, if you're sending, the thing is that if with him,
my mother. This was a fallacious, wasn't disowned by anybody, and I still have a great relationship with my mother.
No one
This
cares.
was a fallacious rumor that was started by someone that I thought was a friend, and it's completely untrue. My family does not agree with the choices that I made, but they're standing beside me as I continue to get help.
what choices?
I wonder what those could be.
What
was it? The choice to fuck your cousin? Is it that one?
Because I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Like, what do you mean? What choices did she make, guys? The Lannister
it was
choices. Yeah,
it was probably the choice to fuck her cousin, but now blame her ex for apparently graping her, right? Because we all know that that's gonna come out, right? We all know that she's gonna claim that she was raped by this dude, right? We all know it's gonna come out,
That I did not
right? Because we all know where this is going.
Hide our relationship from the internet. But
no,
in
you're hiding another relationship.
reality, in the first year of us being together, we actually had a popular
Let's go, Sam.
page. And the real reason on why I wanted to go private was because at the time I had a lot of people actively telling me to leave him because it was toxic. I also want to make it clear that
It was toxic. Like, so what does it mean? Like, well, it was toxic. Like, let's go ahead.
or stepbrother or any content like that.
Right.
Oh, let me get. So it was toxic, right? The relationship was. So it's his fault. It's his fault. You cheated with you.
It was toxic. Like,
right?
so what does it mean? Like, well, it was toxic. Like, let's go ahead.
Or stepbrother or any content like that that we made together was his idea, and he convinced me to do it. The next thing I want to address,
Just like you convinced him to drink alcohol. See, I know a little bit more about this. Just like you convinced him to drink alcohol, right?
is a very serious topic. It is my belief that suicide in any form should be taken serious and never lightly. While I understand the streaming business and the need to say crazy things in order to get clicks and impressions, the thought that somebody's personal struggle with suicide can be used by any—
Bitch, you ain't doing nothing. Shut the fuck up. I can't stand this. Oh, you can't talk bad about me because I'll harm myself. No, dude, no. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. If you don't like it, get off the internet.
You're trying to bait out your suicide and make people feel sorry for you because you fucked your cousin, cheated on your boyfriend, living in his house, spending his money, sending ass pictures to your blood cousin.
That's
and
right.
then you want to go and act like, oh my God, feel sorry for me? Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. No, get the fuck out of here, bro. No.
Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck.
Let me tell you something. If you had attempted that and the EMTs showed up, your ass would be in a mental institution. You would not be allowed out until you were found to be emotionally competent. They would not let you out. They would force you to stay there. Non-negotiable. You are a lying piece of shit.
I'm so sick of this suicide baiting bullshit to avoid accountability. Get the fuck off the internet if it's bothering you.
Nope. Exactly. Get off the internet.
Go work at fucking Wendy's.
Exactly.
For jokes and views is disgusting and cruel. While I've been off the net,
I hate this shit, bro. Like, and the moment somebody tries to use, oh my God, I'm so sad that y'all are mean to me. Nah, bitch, it's too bad. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, exactly.
Brought to my
how dare they call me cousin fucker? I'm gonna claim that I'm hurting myself. No, dude, no, nope, nope.
That the streamer Snowcone made up a false rumor that I admitted myself into a suicide facility in order to get attention from my ex. I was involuntarily admitted into a suicide facility because I was considered—
Should have put you in another facility. Should have put you in a mental institution instead.
Exactly.
They had it right. Halfway.
a threat to myself. It was a terrible experience and one I would never wish on myself or anybody else. I want to say
this is like this is such bait, bro. Like,
you know why you were admitted? Probably because the person that you had said it to called the paramedics and they came and dragged you out of your house and put you into that. Because you wanted all of this to be over using your weird mental gymnastics, and you probably wanted the dude back, and he still doesn't want anything to do with you because you're fucking crazy.
Anybody really buy into this?
No, not at all.
I understand I'm not perfect and I've done
Let me
wrong,
tell you
but-
something. Let me tell you something. If you're gonna do something like this, 9 times out of 10, you just gonna do it. You're not gonna say you're gonna do it whenever your emotions are flaring up. You're just gonna do it.
What if he killed himself because he found out that you were doing that? What if your cousin killed anybody else except for yourself, and then you want other people to have empathy for you when you just go, if it reflects on you, now you want to talk about being suicidal and oh my God, it's so scary. You're hurting other people.
Regardless of the mistakes
I'm the
that a
victim,
person
yeah.
makes,
My truth, I'm the victim. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, this is a Foyd video.
it doesn't give you
Holy
or anybody
fuck.
else the right to belittle, lie, and create false allegations about somebody's mental health.
You're right, but they're gonna do it anyway. You're absolutely right, but here's the thing. They're still gonna do it. You know why? Because they want you off the internet.
Throughout all of this, you've
I'm
lost.
definitely belittling it. I'm absolutely belittling it. You're using it as a justification.
Yep.
You're using it as like a get out of jail free card to try to like farm sympathy.
Nope.
It's pathetic.
It is.
And made up rumors about me in order to hate farm me and get attention.
I did that.
Even though you don't care, I want to let you know that the rumors you created have garnered me more death threats and have made my mental battle that much harder.
Oh my God. Wow.
Well, then get
that's
off
so-
the internet. That's how you solve that. Get off the internet. Oh, but the things that I see on the internet make me feel bad. Well, then stop using the internet. Stop hitting yourself in the dick with a hammer. It hurts? Well, then stop doing it. That's how you solve that problem. Get off the internet.
Sad. People criticized you on the internet and people were mean to you about it too. Oh my God. I guess, you know what? That's a great point. I guess nobody
She's
can
talking
say...
like a 4-year-old because she's reading a script.
anything bad about you now. You're no longer you no longer should have to experience consequences, and nobody should be allowed to discuss something that you did or didn't do. Because it hurts your feelings. Oh wow. I never thought about that.
That's right. How dare us,
And that
right?
hurt from someone I considered a close friend. Me and my ex were involved in a toxic and abusive relationship. When I was in love with him, I was blind to the harmful behavior and abuse that was going on.
Oh, he's abused you.
Our relationship was built on
Oh, we got another one. That's another one on the checklist. He abused her.
and I stayed because it was all that I knew. He was my first boyfriend.
Here we fucking go. Here we go. Here we go.
He was my first everything, and I met him when I was 18.
But that's a lie. I'll let it play. I'll let it play. I'll let it play. I'll let it play.
There's two sides to every story, and our
I saw the guy's reaction to this video. It only had like bits and pieces of it. So like that's the reason why I've got a little bit more in depth of it. I haven't seen the actual video. I haven't seen her video of this, and this is her video of it. And it's something else, man.
unhealthy on both ends. And since he's decided to bring my wrongdoings onto the internet, I believe it is only friends. And there's two sides to every story, and our relationship was unhealthy on both ends. And since he's decided to bring my wrongdoings onto the internet, I believe it is only fair that I bring attention to the things that he has done to me, because my ex was never a saint like he paints himself out to be.
He never claimed to be a saint. No one believes that he's a saint. Like, what are you talking about?
A lot of arguments throughout our relationship, which was normal.
Yeah, the arguments are normal. What do you want, like, special privilege because you got into an argument with him? Arguments are normal.
But what wasn't normal was the verbal, mental, and physical abuse that he
You know why arguments are... Dude, I don't know what the fuck is going on with her lips, but whoever did her lips... Dude, oh my fucking God. I'm sorry. Let me calm down. I just like everything about her lips and how fucked up her lips are because of that makeup just drives me insane. I don't even know what I was talking about. I'm so upset right now.
normal. But what wasn't normal was the verbal, mental, and physical.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. You know why being in arguments is a normal thing in any relationship? Because you're two different fucking people that aren't going to agree with everything on the dime. It's going to happen. I can't stand when you sit down in front of people and they're like, you argue? How could you be with that person? Bro, there is not a single relationship in this entire fucking world that has ever existed in the history of humanity that did not involve an argument. I'm sorry. If anybody tells you that, they're lying to your face. You shouldn't trust that person.
Abuse that he subjected me to. He put me through a lot in the past 2.5 years of us being together. He even forced himself on me at one point.
Really?
My ex
Here we go.
dealt with a lot of anger issues, and he would often use me as an outlet. For example, he would punch things, he would rip wires in the heat of conflicts.
Okay. Okay, but did he touch you? No? Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Oh, he abused the wall. The wires. Oh no! I guess that means you get to fuck your cousin now and then cry on the internet whenever people call you out for it.
He would yell at me when I cried, and he would gaslit me. And
You know why? It's probably because you fake cried a whole bunch, and he just, whenever he was trying to bring up problems that was going on, and he was just getting frustrated with it. That's what it sounds like to me. Because you sitting on the internet being a professional victim, it kind of makes me wonder what it was like to live with your fucking toxic ass.
I'd be way more willing to believe any of this, I would be, if you weren't really using this as clearly a defense to try to reframe accountability from people talking about you.
So I believed I was the problem. There were 2 or 3 times where my ex would approach me unprovoked.
No, you just accused this dude of rape.
Right? Like, let's talk about that.
That's crazy.
So you consented to your cousin, but not your own boyfriend, dude? What's up with that? That's kind of crazy.
And put me in a chokehold.
Okay, so if you're gonna make that accusation and he sues the fuck out of you for defamation, look here. if you don't file a police report and you don't call EMTs to collect evidence, it never happened. Oh, but whenever I call the police and no one believes, that's not what happens. I promise you that's not what happens. I don't know where that came from. I don't know if maybe it did exist at one point, but I'm telling you right now, that doesn't happen. If you call the police to report something like that, they will immediately come to you with paramedics. They will do it's called a grape kit. They have those on every single ambulance in America. They will give you that test, that kit, and you will collect evidence and DNA off of you. Okay? No. Mm-mm. I'm so sick of this. Oh, but he did these things to me. Well, why didn't you report it? Why? Here's the thing. If you don't report it, he could do it to somebody else. Because you didn't report it. You are now at fault. Because you didn't report it.
Against
ridiculous.
The wall, and I would tell him to stop.
He put you in a chokehold?
I was scared, and he wouldn't. The next thing I'm about to say are serious allegations that I know men often get falsely accused of. But at the end of the day, all I can do is come on here, tell my truth.
Yeah, then at the same time apologize to the ex. Like, dude, what?
There was a time where me and my ex were drinking, and he forced himself onto me. And it hurt, and I cried, and I begged him to stop. And me getting a cut on my insides.
Okay, well, then you should have filed a police report. But you didn't, because it didn't happen. So
I was able to take video footage of the blood on his
video of the internal tearing is too. So it happened 2 days.
That could have happened,
which made it hard for me.
What is?
And left me in a cycle of half-hearted apologies.
Like, are we supposed to just immediately believe this? Like,
Yeah, like that could have been ketchup on the floor. What are you talking about?
Is that maybe this is harsh, but like you are literally a liar. You lied to your
she's a serial liar.
You're on top of that fucking your cousin.
Yeah.
Having sexual relations with your cousin. That's crazy. Why would anybody?
This was a memory of mine that was heavily repressed because I didn't know how to process it at the time.
It was repressed.
And I was very oblivious to what a healthy relationship was supposed to look like. After 1 year of mental torment and trying to get my ex to change to no avail, I left.
Yeah.
Here's proof of my ex admitting to his anger issues and admitting to the abuse that led
What is this here?
to the fallout of our relationship. I still have the letters that he wrote for me where he confessed to his abuse and confessed to the wrongdoings that he put me through in our relationship. I also have a screenshot of a 20-minute confession where he confessed to his wrongdoings and he made it for me in order to convince me to continue being in a relationship with him. I tried to re-access the link in order to showcase the video for you guys today.
And let me guess, you couldn't access it. Magically, you couldn't access it, huh? Weird.
But it was sent by him and it was privated by him, so I no longer have access to it. My ex
I bet.
a way to avoid responsibility for his shortcomings. I'm very grateful for everything my ex bought for me. However, I don't appreciate insisting that I was freeloading off of him when everything he ever did was his choice. And I don't believe a relationship should just be reduced to illicit expenses.
You know why? He probably let you stay there, and when he tried to bring up the fact that you're practically freeloading off of him, you sat there and cried, and then he got mad and yelled at you. See, now the story all just came together. There you go.
This is oh my god.
Monetary value does not disregard toxic behaviors. After all of these gestures, I took my ex back in February of 2024. I was set into a spiral of losing myself and wanting to seek therapy. Here's the video I recorded.
Wanting to seek therapy. Well, why don't you? You have the resources for it. Why didn't you? So what you're trying to do here is come up with the mental gymnastics to say that it's his fault that you fucked your cousin. Right? That like this, let's be honest here, that's what this is leading to. You're mad because he caught you doing something you weren't supposed to be doing that's actually illegal.
After leaving my
like, dude, like, what is this?
Like, I just don't know what I'm doing anymore, but like,
She got antennas on?
I feel like
Go on.
Oh God, what an annoying little bitch,
to hurt
dude.
anybody, and I understand how badly I messed up. The only thing I can do from
You
now
apologize
is
to your
take
family.
the time to better myself and to heal.
Apologize to your family, get off the internet and seek treatment. That's what you do. You're obviously a very sick individual, especially since you're back on the internet doing this mental gymnastic and calling people these awful foul words that they never did. And you need to get actual help.
The next and final thing I would like to discuss is my mental health. Throughout
No one cares. No one cares.
Oh my God, does anybody buy this shit?
No.
Mental health.
Absolutely
It's
not.
the
I don't care.
years,
I could give a rat's ass.
Mental.
Her mental health made her fuck her cousin. Am I right, guys? I can't handle this bitch anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore, dude. I'm sorry. I got to move on from this video. This lady's a schizo. They need to put her ass in jail, brother. I can't. It's actually like, it's brain breaking how stupid this lady is. Holy fuck, is it stupid? So, H3 is suing iDubbbz. And you know why? Because iDubbbz said that Ethan was a child abuser and tried to get his kids taken away. So now Ethan's suing iDubbbz for defamation. Because that's what you fucking get. That's what you get.
About the H3 versus iDubbbz defamation lawsuit and spent the last 3 or so hours learning about it and getting into the nitty-gritty, figuring out all the bits and pieces and getting all...
Ethan is the same guy that is suing Denims, sued Frogan and Caseytron.
All the morsels of information I could find to really put the nipple clamps on it and figure out what all the hoopla is. And it is a real thing. The pugilistic legal paperwork has been filed against iDubbbz, so now they're gonna duke it out, not with knuckle sandwiches, but with extremely expensive
iDubbbz is another YouTuber.
Litigation. Offer it before I even get into the spaghetti and meatballs of the actual story here. There is just something that pets my peeves. There is something. When I was in the trenches digging around for information about what all of this is for a variety of different reasons, I'm ignoring it, this and that. I don't know how many more times I need to say this. I am just really not online that much these days. I watch streams. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, and I don't go on Twitter, like, at all. I still, Tyler one's a lot about this guy from the things he, friends sending them to me, or when I stream, avenues show it to me or tell me about it, I just never hear about it. And I'm not even a fucking streamer anymore, not full time, 4 days in a row, but basically dumpster games. Like, is some stories that I do hear about and get really
Come on, Charlie. Talk about the thing.
Actually, the snark community, from what I recall, was doing some diabolical, like, harassing, stalking stuff, sending CPS. I remember that, and like human skulls. So, man, Ethan Klein has become like the Nintendo of YouTubers. He is extraordinarily litigious. And
well, yeah, he's like that because he's tired of having these other YouTubers that don't fit politically with him committing actual defamation online. That's what happens whenever you go online somewhere and you just immediately call somebody, like, for example, like Hassan calling Destiny a sex pest, or Destiny calling Hassan I'm not going to repeat it, but you know what I'm going with that.
What started this defamation lawsuit was
especially if Ethan didn't even start this. If Ethan was just doing his podcast and talking about what he wants to talk about, and then you've got all these people all over the internet calling you these vile names and trying to get your kids taken away, I think this is what you fucking get. Maybe don't do that.
iDubbbz stream.
Okay, this is my watermark for the stream. I don't this it's fucked up.
It is very fucked up. And it's despicable that he would think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes
Green because
Destiny, quick daily reminder that Ethan from H383 is likely. Jesus fucking Christ. Ethan has kids. They weaponized CPS to try and get his children taken away. They sent human skulls to this man's house. Ethan Klein is completely valid for suing the fuck out of these assholes. He's even suing Reddit right now, or like moderators at Reddit for even housing this
you would
nonsense.
think it's a good idea to post that there while knowingly aware that it's not true. So the message isn't Ian's. This comes from Destiny, and he found this screenshot and thinks it needs to be addressed because it's so fucked up. Real raw. It is no good. And very nasty. What is being reported in regards to this stream isn't exactly telling the whole story. Now, when I first heard of this lawsuit, I was reading a bunch about it, but I wanted more information, like, directly fed to me. So I reached out to someone whom I know is on the H3 team, and Ethan did hear about that, so he did talk directly, eventually get to talk directly around it and my concerns, and got his plea. I don't think we fully saw eye to eye on this, which, you know, that's going to happen. I fully understand that this is a very emotionally charged subject for him after everything him and his family...
They're trying to get his freaking kids taken away. I would move mountains. Are you kidding me? Ethan's completely no. Ethan is completely in the right by doing this.
Went through with snarkers in
He's putting a bunch of nasty individuals in their place.
Know that the fraudulent CPS call, like, I get how inexcusable and abhorrent that is. I really do. But I just truly don't believe that this lawsuit is in any way, shape, or form helpful to anyone outside of the lawyers.
It is. It is helpful. It makes people that have been harassing him stop. You don't get to just sit here and call someone these awful things and get CPS called on you because you don't see eye to eye politically. You don't get to get that. You don't get to do that on the internet and not expect repercussions. I think this is a damn good thing. Ethan is putting these schizos in their place. I don't know how you could possibly be against this. They tried to take this man's kids away. They tried to disenfranchise his entire brand. And they're surprised that they're getting sued now? That's what you get. How could you possibly be against this?
They're fucking smiling ear to ear. They're salivating right now, literally drooling with a bib on. But it's harmful to, I think, literally everyone involved and does have potential ramifications for others way outside of it. I have never and will never be a fan of extreme litigation, and I have always been vocally advocating against creators going that nuclear path, and I always will.
Well, what else was he supposed to do? Stay at home and allow these people to continue to call CPS on his fucking kids? What is he supposed to do, Charlie? Like, what?
Cases where it is understandable. Like I said,
like, hello?
After the snarkers
what is
that
this?
Sent a fraudulent CPS thing through and the skulls and stuff, that one I do understand. But this one, I could never support that. And I just can't see the real just cause behind it.
I can. You give them an inch, they take a mile. That's what he did. He gave them an inch, they took the whole damn mile, and then they were trying to take his kids, and he said, fuck no. And now he's completely cracking down on this. I don't blame him. I'd do the same thing. Bro's literally out here fighting for his life. This isn't just an online internet conversation anymore. When you've got CPS and skulls, human skulls, showing up to your fucking house. They wanted to bring it to the reality, and he brought it. And now they're getting their asses cleaned for it. That's what you get. You should have just left it online, but you didn't. What do you want him to do?
And I think it is a terrible example for other creators in the space to follow, where maybe they believe that even though this is about like a Canadian defamation lawsuit, well, maybe they can try their luck in the States. You know, it's not like defamatory lawsuits are exclusive to Canada. There's better protections here, no doubt, but still, if they take from this that maybe the way to fight battles online is to go the litigious route, well, then it's just a huge mess across the board. I think it is just a very bad precedent, even if, you know...
I can't listen to this anymore. I can't listen to this anymore. I can't. I don't want to. I just don't. I don't have the mental fortitude to sit here without... I cannot believe that... Man, don't you just love being on your moral high ground, Charlie? It's easy for somebody who hasn't been in that position to sit there and say that. But if you put yourself in his shoes, I'd imagine you'd be saying a whole different thing. It kind of blows my mind that all of these people that are doing this don't ever really try to put themselves in that person's shoes. I can't believe that. I'm so mind blown by that. Of course you would say that, right?
Fine.
Let's move on to the politics.
Violent crime has occurred in the UK, this time in Northern Ireland, where a man from Sudan attempted to remove...
This is Belfast. This is the guy that tried to behead somebody in the middle of the street. It was all recorded.
The skull of a local citizen, as a subsequent riot saw getting out of control. Naturally, their police rushed in to say, "Don't share that video."
Fuck yourself. Check out Decoy Voice. Here, look at this. Here, hold on. You don't want me to show the video? Man, look. I know that you think you care, but I don't. And to be quite frank, I think there's a lot of people that are tired of your bullshit, so here, I'll do it in front of you, bitch. Oh, man, look at that. Shut up, Baldy.
We understand also there's considerable posting on social media, and people will have really well create questions and concerns. But please do not share footage that might cause...
I love how instead of addressing the questions and concerns, you immediately say, don't expose us more. Maybe you should address the questions and concerns.
Trauma and risk to the loved ones of those families involved and on our investigation.
The Belfast minister wishes you hadn't seen it.
Monday night was horrific.
Oh, I bet. I bet you didn't. You wish that they didn't see it. I bet.
So many people saw that image. I wish people didn't see that image, but unfortunately, many people did.
And when the media attempts to suppress sharing this on social media...
That a video of that nature was allowed to be circulated for hours and hours on end this morning without any consequences.
The mainstream narrative has...
There's your consequences. Move to a different country and try to behead somebody in the street. That's your consequences right there, motherfucker. There you go. People, immigrants are fleeing Belfast now.
Has completely lost the plot.
The man whose life was attempted, well, the attempt was made on his life yesterday, is probably being treated in a hospital by a foreign national.
Saying yes, he was nearly beheaded by a foreigner, but what's more important to report is his nurse is also a foreigner. Maybe, as by their own admission, they don't even know who's trading them. It's just the sheer desperation of, yes, this was an incredibly violent crime.
Forced immigration is failing. I don't know who the hell thought this was a good idea, but it's failing. It's not working.
Previously only seen in the third world, committed by someone from the third world that just snuck into the UK, but that's okay, because maybe they're also doctors too. So no wonder there's mass marches in Belfast, Northern Ireland, as they're now showing up in Black Bloc, quickly.
They set up a blockade outside of an immigrant community, and, well, let's just say it wasn't very pleasant for the immigrants. Look, I don't think that all immigrants are bad, but the issue isn't that... The issue is that there are radicals that are inside of these communities that are willing to kill you simply for a road outburst. Simply because they just don't like you and they're racist. And the issue is that whenever you have unchecked immigration, there are a lot more of them in these countries than they want to admit. That's the problem, is that they wouldn't be in the country if it wasn't forced for them to be here. That's the problem. And they tried to do this replacement immigration, and the people that they're trying to replace are obviously not okay with this.
Turning their protest into a sort of civil war, seemingly breaking apart walls to stockpile bricks, as they begin burning and shutting down entire blocks.
This is one of the communities that they had blockaded.
Where these masked men began lighting dumpsters ablaze and pushing them into a bus, destroying their own public transit system.
I don't like that they're doing this. I don't like that they're doing this. I don't like that they're blockading stuff. I obviously am completely against this. I am. And the thing is that I would rather them do this than the alternative, which if Ireland doesn't address this, I don't think that this is going to be the end of it. And this isn't just going to be a Ireland problem. This is probably the first breaking point that we've seen with this problem. It is. This issue needs to be heavily addressed. It needs a lot of reform, and it may need a lot of denaturalization and deportation. Because you would rather see these people get denaturalized and deported than killed in the streets. I'm telling you, this will lead to only one thing. And I don't condone it, but I'm telling you, and that's what I've been saying since day one, this is obviously going to become a massive problem.
As they then allegedly began attacking migrant-owned businesses, even setting them ablaze, moving into residential zones that are allegedly providing free housing to asylum seekers.
Yep. Yeah, they're attacking businesses, housing. They're attacking whole subdivisions. They're just burning their shit to the ground. Because the thing is like, if their taxpayer dollars paid for it, why doesn't it pay for their own houses? Why doesn't it pay for the actual citizen houses? I mean, like...
As several of their vehicles are
what did you
flipped and
expect?
burned, to which the media rushed out to feature the Ugandan nursing students who were impacted.
From the house were the letters my children wrote for me, because that is all I have from my children.
What about the 18-year-old that was stabbed in the heart by a Sikh with a knife? What about their children?
I only got my passport, my laptop, and my uniform because I have to go to work.
Can I really be able to stay here? Will I be safe because of what happened and the whole experience? So, just know I'm scared.
And if anything, I want to be consistent. Angry citizens can be angry at their political leadership, but I don't think burning down your own community will necessarily change anything politically.
And that's the reason why they're burning everything to the ground. Is because the government is backing these immigrants. That's why. If you vote for something and they just disregard what you're voting for, and there's actual stated fact, and I mean, I don't know what they expected. I don't know what they expected. And then even still, they try to back this nonsense. It's disgusting.
It's just interesting how the UK's media immediately platformed the migrant victims after for days ignoring the Irishman who was nearly beheaded, losing at least one of his eyes. Nobody wants to see
Fucking Christ.
any random violence, but it's just horrifying to see how one-sided their narrative is. As a police service of Northern Ireland finally arrived, immediately facing off with the angry citizens, tossing...
You see these people? These people? I want you to be aware of the difference between these protesters and the protesters we have in America that are being paid. These guys will kill police. These guys are citizens that will be more than willing to kill police officers to push their narrative. You see how they see the police and they immediately start attacking them? These are citizens that are ready to kill the government officials. These are not protesters. These are killers. These are citizens that are ready to overthrow their kingdom. There is a big difference here.
Stones and traffic cones into the right.
You know the difference because whenever this started, they started burning down immigrant housing. They started flipping vehicles over and burning them. There was no gathering that led to violence. It was instantly violence. They saw this man being beheaded and they said, "Fuck this, I'm done."
And as they're on foot, they immediately lost ground. Even though the citizens seemed to far outnumber the amount of police, these skirmishes went well into the evening, eventually warning water cannons would be used against them.
Disperse immediately or water cannon will be used. No further warnings will be given.
As they were awfully effective in crowd control, pushing the citizens back, where their trash shields were no match for the riot police. But now we're looking at a second night of riot.
Yep. It doesn't matter how much you push them back. They're just going to continue burning shit to the ground until it's fixed.
It's in Belfast.
The crowd should disperse immediately.
Must be a feminist.
Force is about to be used against violent individuals. No further warnings will be given.
It's sad to see how we in the US have been practically begging for the authorities to unleash these water cannons against our own EBT tribes, only to see riot control is basically reserved.
This isn't the same thing. You can see the difference in these two. You can.
Not for enforcing the law, but enforcing their preferred liberal agenda, as their left-wing media's framing continues to spiral.
What happened on Monday was terrible. What happened last night is unforgivable, and our hearts go out to the victim on Monday night and the victims who last night were burnt out of their homes and had their cars attacked. But we've seen the evidence is clear. A lot of this is driven by a small number of people, supported by political voices online and right-wing influencers who for years have been normalising division.
And in case you couldn't understand his dialect, he stated the attempted beheading was horrible, but the subsequent riots were unforgivable. It's almost
That's crazy.
like the Irish or the British. I honestly don't know what Northern Irish consider themselves, but it's almost like they too had the soft bigotry of low expectations of their minorities.
It's the same thing that's going on with our legacy media. They're getting paid to push their narrative. I mean, let's be honest here. That's what's going on. They have to be careful what they say because they could lose funding from somewhere. Their government is obviously pushing this mass immigration. It's
third world violence like attempted beheading is terrible, but accepted because sometimes they're also
because it's a third world person, right?
Nurses. But the angry riots in response is something we simply can never forgive. Once again reminding everybody, no matter how much you hate the mainstream media, you don't hate them enough.
You can't hate them enough. You never can hate mainstream enough.
Journalists from before, Sarah White, actually confronted them in the streets.
It is very tense. It's a standoff now as they try to push them away from here. Protests around it being used as a hotel to try to make sure. Just 1 second. We're just trying.
You're reporting on why Northern Ireland is erupting because they are fed up with the likes of Sinn Féin inviting undocumented men into their country. Why are you wearing a crash helmet? Get down the front and be brave.
Yeah, you can just appreciate Thomas being accosted there.
Kinda sad how quickly they cowardly cut away from somebody simply saying, "What happened?" It's almost like the media was there, not to broadcast what's actually happening in the streets, but just carefully curated aspects of how the citizens are evil for the crime of noticing. And it doesn't—
You keep calling these citizens racist, and they're gonna show you what racism looks like. That's what this boils down to, is that people around the world are tired of being called racist because there's obviously a fucking problem. And the thing is like, if this doesn't get solved, they might be right.
Stop there. The BBC brushed it off as man with, quote, serious injuries after stabbing. The Guardian framed their whole garbage article blaming Elon Musk and social media for inflaming the incident. Only 4 days later, the UK's Telegraph to report European Union deal will make Britain more attractive to migrants.
That's fucking crazy, bro. That is crazy.
They refuse to learn anything and are basically begging for more.
No, they wanted this to just blow over and people to stop thinking about it. That's what they wanted.
Buses to be burned over their failed policies. The citizens are angry over the rise in migrant crimes and how the authorities and media combined decide not to address the issue, but instead hide the murders, stabbings, and crimes through social media censorship and villainizing any citizens that simply notice. As just yesterday, there was another brutal crime on a kid in the UK. Last week we covered the murder with the religious dagger that they too tried to cover up. And this is all after 1 year ago, several kids were slashed at that Taylor Swift dance party, where they never truly addressed it, just threatened American journalists for covering it. It's almost like they see all these horrifying attacks on innocent citizens not as a flaw in their system, but a feature of their system. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription.
They are.
And you'll
they are destroying the world. I don't think it's liberals in general. I think it's the radicals. The thing is that radicals have they have attained power through politics. That's the problem with it.
Lord Mayor of Belfast in her inauguration speech on the 1st of June. So this was 9 days ago. During the speech, she says, "Diversity enriches our city, the lives of all of our citizens, and I will champion that diversity."
It doesn't whenever you allow these people to go to your country and you give them housing. You know what that sparks? Outrage and riots. Because there's nothing that's a bigger slap in the fucking face to any citizen that's busting their ass that has had generations of people die serving the country than to import a mass group of people, give them jobs, healthcare, and a free fucking house. But you want to sit here and talk about diversity? You want to sit here and talk about equality? No.
Not 2 weeks later, that same diversity tried to behead a citizen.
I love this city. I was born here and I've lived in it all my life. I want to bring a message of diversity and inclusiveness to the year ahead. I was raised in an inclusive, welcoming environment where difference and diversity is embraced and celebrated, and I'm proud of that.
Why is it this fixation that these people have on diversity? Like this weird, positive, social, cost of diversity is so obnoxious. I hate it.
Diversity enriches our city and the lives of all of our citizens, and I will champion that diversity.
These people have been so safe and so privileged from society that they've convinced themselves that danger no longer exists. That's the big problem. I want people to be finally held accountable for what's been done to our country. Civil servants.
Of course it's Rupert Lowe. Of course it's Rupert Lowe.
Judges and politicians, if they have knowingly placed unvetted, dangerous third world savages in our countries near our children, then a Restore Britain government would aim to prosecute them.
Holy shit. Get him, bro! Dude, what?
We are so far past half measures now. The country is too far gone.
Holy shit.
Shame on those who use hideous crimes to incite racist violence. So you can see this is some house that got set on fire in Belfast.
You know why it got set on fire? Because it was given to a bunch of immigrants. That's why. Why wasn't it given to the actual people that lived there for generations? Why wasn't it given to a veteran that served that country? Why wasn't it given to a homeless person that needed a home?
I just donated to the Minnesota Freedom Fund to bail out protesters who are on the streets over the racist police murder of George Floyd. See, these people don't have any values. Never let these people take advantage of you.
As far as we know,
yeah,
this person was here legally.
He's
He's from Sudan. I think most people would agree people fleeing from Sudan are genuine refugees. I think pretty much whatever your politics are, we can agree that there's a genocide going on in Sudan.
So everybody in Sudan wants to kill each other. Okay. How the fuck is that Britain's problem?
And Elon Musk Musk pushing this.
Exactly.
This is absurd because Musk himself is an immigrant to the United States. His own brother claimed once that.
It's not the same. It's not the same, and you know it. They call for calm in the face of horror. This is inhumane and manipulative. The proportionate and natural response to a horrific incident is disgust, fear, and anger. They want to downplay the horror to dodge their own political responsibility for it. Elon Musk. Fuck him. And I wish people didn't see that video. What is this?
Monday night was horrific, and so many people saw that image. I wish people
You
didn't
hope for Ireland calls for volunteers.
see that image, but unfortunately, many people did. But there are bad actors that are jumping on this and actually using it to stir up hate and tension. But yet now we see the likes of the Elon Musks of this world, where we see the Tommy Robinsons.
You're just mad that you couldn't stir up the sponsors. You couldn't use sponsors to shut somebody down like Elon Musk because Elon Musk is the richest man in the world and he doesn't give a fuck. That's why you don't like Elon Musk. You can't control the narrative on his platform, and you knew that that was going to happen the second that Elon bought that platform. That's why y'all tried to prevent it. Elon Musk getting X and forcing it to be a free marketplace of ideas is the reason why we have what we have today, why we have all of this pushback. This is Elon Musk saying what the sponsors can do, that we're trying to jump ship on X.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's a public perception that, and you're clarifying this now, but there's a public perception that that was part of a apology tour, if you will. That this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
Exactly. You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f yourself.
But
go f yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
There you go. That's the reason why they don't like Elon Musk. It's because they can't control him. That's why they don't like him.
This world. We're not a racist people here.
We know. It's more important that you're not racist than people are safe. That's the problem. Yeah, they're doing this in real time.
Now, do you think Cosby's legacy will be hurt?
Yeah.
You do, huh? I mean, there was a comedian, Patton Oswalt, he told me.
People have been crashing the fuck out about Carmelo Anthony.
19-year-old.
There it is.
Migrant just tried to behead a white man in North Belfast, Ireland. Videos too graphic to post. So you can clearly see this is what's going on. Belfast situation, base docket. Be careful of the videos. Yeah. Serious injuries after the stabbing.
It was a beheading. You see, BBC News UK tried to say that it was a stabbing. This man was damn near, his damn head was almost cut off by this fucking schizo tribe member.
Oh boy. It's just copying what Faraj said. I mean, like, a lot of people were going to say the same thing, right? It makes sense. It was an attempted beheading. Be honest for once. What is this here?
Exactly.
Oh,
of course, it's Rupert Lowe. Oh, bro, go restore Britain.
I didn't even realize this. I was just like going through everything. BBC UK, it was an attempted beheading, be honest for once. As I said, the media are the enemy, right? And many such cases, unfortunately, right? And be careful with the footage. The uncensored is horrific. I mean, I just watch it live, honestly. If I was just streaming on Rumble and Kick, I would. But since I'm on Twitch, I have to follow extra rules, which is so annoying. But you know, that's just the way it is. I know a lot of you guys. Community notes for the win. And a guy targeted from the Islamist tried sawing his head off in the middle of the street. You ridiculous lawn flamingos. What I was trying to get at with this is that you've got to go and you've got to hold.
New Belfast mayor highlights towards drive towards diversity in the city. My upbringing has shown me that everyone deserves to be and must be treated equally.
The people that allow.
I want a Belfast, that does... You...
This to happen accountable. You do. You gotta...
Give me a second. No idea what the hell that was, but...
Gotta hold them accountable directly. Like, now, if it was up to me, right? If this was up to me, like, after if whenever you win, you've got to take these people, take away their citizenship, and deport them to Sudan. Put them in Somalia.
Yep.
You're gone.
I agree.
You're done.
I agree.
Exile. That's what I would do. That would be, like, I think that's what's fair, right? Because if you think that importing all of these people into the country is a good thing, then you want your country to be more like their country. And if you like their country so much, it makes sense that you should just go and live in it.
Exactly, just go there.
That's what I would do.
Exactly.
Just cute.
I think that taking in refugees is just a bad idea. Instead of taking in refugees and destabilizing our own country, why don't we try to help them with theirs by fighting the people that are, you know, causing the problems? That seems to be a more beneficial thing for both countries, so that way we don't destabilize ourselves and the people that are causing the uproar, you know, get dealt with.
Sure. Dentistry Fees watching live from Belfast. Yeah, and so anyway, you got riots going on, right? And like, you know, really no surprise here. Let me look at a few other posts about this. Looks like one weirdo boycotted, became a figure of the Bud Light commercials. Oh, that? Yeah, that was some other shit. It wasn't a stabbing. You tried to butcher the man's neck and remove his head in the street. Think about that? Yeah, I mean, that's it. And so let me go back. I'm going to look at this here.
If you're fleeing a country, I just explained to you what should happen. America should go and bomb that country and kill all the terrorists that are occupying your country instead of allowing the mass immigration. I just told you. Do you want me to be more specific? I'll just say it. We should go and bomb the fuck out of your leaders, force change in the government so that way you guys don't have to flee your country. Is that more plain? Is that plain enough English for you? Obviously, doing this mass importation of people is destabilizing countries, and we can't do it anymore. You know why? Because just like Belfast, it's going to cause genocides. That's why. They don't want to mix with the culture at hand. Then obviously there's a problem.
Here. And on October 26, October 23, 1 month later, General formally answered parliamentary question. The UK has a
you could also fight for your home too. That's another option. My fiance's grandfather fled Romania during its overthrow because it was communist. And they're doing another overthrow of the government. And they did another one recently. I don't want the excuses. I want the change. I want to make sure that the people that aren't being mass imported into other countries aren't going to be the ones getting their heads cut off whenever things start collapsing. That's what I want to make sure. I want to make sure that they don't prove us right about us being racist, because then it's going to be too late. Then there's not going to be anybody on the other side crying. That's my goal. Address the situation before people start getting genocided in the Western culture countries, because that's where it's going. You think Belfast is bad, where they're going around burning the taxpayer assisted housing that these immigrants are being put in? They are one kill away from a genocide in Belfast. And if you think that's the only country in the world, or the only city in the world that's dealing with this, you'd be sorely mistaken.
history of supporting refugees.
I promise you, it's a lot worse than you think.
Proud to have welcomed Sudanese nationals. Man, how about that? I saw one person, I replied to a post about this today, and let me go and show you guys. So we need calm heads. It's very important that people like Rupert Lowe, Elon Musk, Nigel Farage, and others don't use this horrific Belfast incident to whip up hostility.
There you go. Now you can go somewhere else.
And division against minorities, migrants, and Muslims living in the UK. We all agree the incident was disgusting and horrific. And so I replied to this and I said, these are the calm heads, actually. Keep running defense for these communities and reframing accountability as racism, and you will find that out. You were going to be very, very surprised. And stop chopping off people's heads, exactly. And yeah, these guys, Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, might be one of your last chances to have a moderate voice solve this problem. Because the problem will be solved. It will either be solved moderately or in an extreme way. There's no, like, this is a problem very clearly in a lot of these Western countries. Like, this can't continue. It obviously can't.
It obviously can't continue. We are mass importing people that cannot assimilate with the culture. That's just a fact of the matter. They can't assimilate with Western culture. They can't do it.
Can't continue. I think everybody knows.
There are some that obviously can and want to, but there are too many of them that just don't have any want to do that. And you know why that is? That's what happens when you bus in people and you immediately give them the entitlement that that people in America, the citizens, should be given. When you bus somebody in and they don't have to bust their ass at a 9 to 5 to get a house and you just give them a fucking house, what lesson is there to be learned there? They're not going to assimilate because they didn't have to go in the trenches like everybody else. Of course they're not going to assimilate. They're getting privileges that aren't given to other people in the country. What do you think is going to happen? Hello? Like, how is this even and you want to call them racist because you're taking their taxpayer dollars and giving it to a bunch of immigrants that are paying for their housing. How the fuck is that fair at all?
So
a mother is going without food today because most of her fucking check was taken in taxes. They can barely not afford their rent this month because the tax money that was taken out went to housing an immigrant. How the fuck is that fair? And you want to sit here and call racism? Fuck off.
The sooner that you stop it from happening, the sooner that you cut off the bleeding, the sooner that you're going to have, a higher chance to have things not be worse, right? And so you can either vote for and support people like Rupert Lowe, and it turns out to be a page in a history book, or you can demonize and try to delegitimize people like Rupert Lowe and Nigel Farage and Elon Musk.
And it's going to be several chapters. If we don't fix this, I could understand if it was just America or if it was just Ireland. Every country that they are doing this to, isn't it odd how every fucking country is having trouble paying rent now? Isn't it odd that every country has riots now? Isn't it just really fucking weird how every piece of social media that you see is trying to be censored in some way, shape, or form? Like, how many more dots do we need to make on the graph before we can draw a line here? Like, seriously.
And you're going to end up with an entire chapter. Because that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
It's
and
obvious
he's right.
That's what's
He's
going
right.
to happen. Lose an arm, literally? Yes, exactly. And she was just saying, so Tom, I don't know who this person is. I have no idea. But anyway, let me go back. I'm going to look at a few of these other posts here, too. Bring back Crusades. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to become increasingly more extreme. Only restore Britain can save Britain. I'm so glad Elon is talking about this shit. I'm so fucking glad. Like, thank God we actually... Like, isn't it crazy that we would have never been able to even say any of this stuff 5 years ago?
Thanks to Elon. All thanks to Elon. Elon Musk was the thorn in the massive corporation side that broke all this down. They have to censor every other platform, including YouTube, just to keep their fucking ideals alive, because they can't survive in a free marketplace of opportunity. They have to censor everybody around them in order to, like, push these woke DEI narratives, this mass immigration narrative, this nonsense. And because of Elon Musk, we have actual freedom of speech back. And it's sad that it had to take... It took one guy getting multi-billion dollars just to do it.
They already deleted most comments on Reddit, but this straight up what they themselves would have called racist and white supremacist comments 5 years ago, and now they're saying it. Let me see this. He's trying to cut his head off. Attacker saws at victim's neck and sickening Belfast knife attack. I really wish I hadn't seen this footage this morning. When will the penny drop for people? What more will it take?
Exactly. Exactly.
Man. The food for thought. Think of the food. Racist. Like if you... It's actually so fucking cut and dry how they deal with it.
No, well, tell me, what didn't you like before? What are you glad is gone from the Britain you grew up in?
Let me tell you.
If you came...
It's crazy to me. Take masala as a UK dish, by the way. Yeah.
Used. Why should we flood our country with other people? Well, chicken curry. Thousands of young girls get raped. Chicken curry. And I know this might shock a lot of people. You're going to want to be prepared for this. But me, as an Irishman, I have made pasta before. I know. Crazy. I'm not Italian, but I know how to make pasta. And even crazier is I have made chicken curry before. Crazy. Absolutely shocking stuff.
I thought you
don't
do
need
that.
a million Pakistanis in your country to enjoy a kebab. I know this thinking might be crazy to people like Piers Morgan, but I would eat potatoes for the rest of my life if it meant my country, Ireland, was always home
And there it is.
to Irish people.
That's right. That's right. You've got these people that are coming into your home and causing problems. Now, before you would have them as guests, right? And they would be permanent guests, but they would respect your home. Now we've got these, and it's not all immigrants. I want to make this very clear. We've got these radicals that we are mass importing that haven't had their shit checked. They've just dismantled so many laws that check these people before they come here that they're causing an uproar in your home. And it's only going to get worse the more this happens.
All of my own people.
I think that most people feel that way.
I don't want Ireland full of Nigerians, Indians, Pakistanis.
Nope.
I don't want Ireland to resemble England, for England to resemble Germany, Germany to resemble Belgium, for all the natives to be replaced in
Bless
the
the
name
potato.
of chicken curry and a kebab shop on every corner. I have no intention of seeing that happen in my lifetime.
Thank God.
Ireland should be full of Irish people.
I'm so glad
That's
that we...
right. They're colonizing, not assimilating. That's exactly what they're doing. They are colonizing, not assimilating. They are bricks in the stew. They are not melting in the pot because they didn't come to melt in the pot. They came to change the pot.
Have a lot of young guys now that are willing and open about saying this stuff. Because for a long time, like, I think that people like me have always felt this way, but we haven't been able to say it, and now it's... And I think especially what I find to be really interesting is it's not the people that are my age. I'm 35. It's the people that are a bit younger than me. The people that are 23. Guys that are 20.
I love this comment, by the way. But the people who are born here and take from the system are much better, right? Yeah, they are. You know why? Because their descendants fought and made America the way it is today. You know who wasn't and who wouldn't fight for America? Immigrants. I mean, a lot of them that are radical and just come here because they have free housing. You take that free housing away, you make them work 12 hours a day like every other American just to barely pay rent. You see a lot of these people would be fleeing America. But they're handed housing, they're handed welfare, they're handed food stamps and stuff, they're handed fucking health care, they're handed a place to stay, and sometimes they're even handed transportation. Yeah, I'd say that Americans that have been here for generations, yeah, they're definitely better.
7.
And any fucking veteran that's out there in this country should be given free housing, free health care without the fucking VA fucking them over every goddamn time they need something. They should be given free transportation. They should be given a fat paycheck every month and not have to worry about where they're gonna get their next income from. They should be given by law, by mandatory law. Every person that retires out of the fucking service should get a goddamn 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. If you sell that house, you don't get another one, but you, by law, get that. Why are we importing people and giving them homes?
They're the ones that are even more adamant about it than I am. And I think that's a great thing.
And third worlders are the scum of the earth. Bye.
That's an amazing thing.
Ugh.
Yeah, you're a normie?
Disgusting.
Well, I mean, again, like there is
bro over here saying fucking Americans are so dumb.
A spectrum and a window in which I can behave, and
that way, if YouTube decides to hit me with something, we can honestly say that it was fucking biased.
Exist inside of that window.
And if your excuse to change
W200 joules from Kevin
that is you like a kebab every Saturday, well, to me, that's not a good enough reason.
It's not a good enough reason to ethnically replace the population of a country in order to get kebabs. Okay, well,
W10 joules by Magic Man, W Magic Man. The men and women that fight our country don't get shit, but the illegal... Exactly. And you know what else veterans should get? Veterans, whenever they fight and they retire out of the military, or if they die in service, the family should get all these benefits first and foremost. And if they retire, they should also have their kids' education paid for. Their entire college education should be paid for. Why are we importing somebody, giving them an education for fucking free, and allowing them to immediately get into the job market? Why don't we do that with veterans or homeless people?
With that.
But we're the fucking racist ones, right? Keep using that.
Cultural melting pot's one of the most destructive lies that was ever pushed in America or any country for that matter. I think that America used to be a melting pot, and it was a good thing. The problem is that people stopped melting, and they wanted to be a separate side dish that, was separate from the pot. That's the main issue, is that I don't think people have a problem with limited immigration where people can come over and become citizens, right? The problem is there are two big problems, right? The first problem is that it's happening too much. So, it's okay to let, 100 people in. It's okay.
And the people that are coming in as well aren't vetted. That's another big problem with it. They are just letting everybody that can and will, and they don't do background checks. They don't do thorough investigations. They don't do anything that they're supposed to, and now you've got people like in Belfast getting their fucking head cut off in the middle of their street where they've grown up their entire lives.
You let 1,000 people in, but is it okay to let 100,000 people in, or is it okay to let 3 million people in? So it's a matter of degree and also assimilation. A lot of these people don't assimilate. They don't assimilate. They stay in their own cultures. They keep their own cultures. They have their own values. They have their own religion. And that religion and value system is directly antithetical to the way that the country behaves. So it causes a huge problem. I don't think that most people really have a problem with some random guy from India coming to India
Obviously,
and
yeah.
becoming a British citizen and, you know, like being a normal guy. Like, they don't want to see every
It
Indian.
starts becoming a problem whenever your housing market skyrockets. Whenever you give them free housing. It's not equality to move from a different country and just be given a fucking house. Like, hello? How's that fair even remotely? But you don't want people like Rupert Lowe to talk about this whole division and inequality stuff, but you're letting people move into the country and you're just giving them a fucking house. What do you think that causes, Einstein? You can't just psyop and mentally gymnastic your way out of that once you've done it.
Come over, and they don't want to have that Indian guy, you know, continuing to think that he should get exemptions because he wants to bring a knife, you know, he's a Sikh or something like that. But generally, one ring, one pot. Yeah, exactly. I do. I think that generally, I think people feel that way conceptually, but in reality, I think that they don't really...
W200, W100 Joule, 100 for 2 joules, W, from Kevin.
Care about it as much as they might mention. I think it's about the degree. Like, if you saw somebody like that,
good question,
like
Mike.
1 out of like 1,000 people, out of like 10,000 people, I don't think that people would have a big problem with it. But when it's 1 out of
2
like
joules
3,
for 100, Kevin.
that's a totally different dynamic. And I think that's really the difference, is that these people, again, it's too much. It's too many. That's the problem. People always bring up immigration in the 1900s as a defense, but the original U.S. immigrants came here to work, not to do fraud and go on welfare.
Exactly.
Well, again, like, you should
And
never...
the thing is like, if you're an immigrant and you come here and you lose your job and you are you shouldn't even be allotted like welfare and stuff at all. Like, if you're going to be a drain to the system because you don't make enough at the job, then you need to go back. Because if we have a bunch of Americans that are paying into the system with their taxpayer dollars, and you're importing a massive group of people that are all pulling money out of the system, and you have Americans that are already here pulling out of the system, how long do you think that system's going to last? Probably not very long.
Make a decision based off of something that happened where everybody that was alive then is dead now, right? You shouldn't be basing decisions off of that. I think for being 80% males and the rest being wives and children is a big issue. There are videos of talking about how they're importing only women, non-feminist women with fixed to help a lot of South Korean population from North Korea or Vietnam. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. All I'm saying is that I think that there's definitely a lot of like kind of, you know, Venn diagram effects of this. And so here we go. Oh my God.
Yeah, here we go.
Glasgow stands with all of the... This might be the biggest one I've seen. Keep in mind, gentlemen, the only thing you really need to do is to get the military on your side. You do that, you do anything you want.
That's right.
That's the only thing that's stopping you from doing what you want.
That's right. He's right, too.
There's a bunch of these other
You get the military on your side, you can do anything you want.
videos. Holy shit. Migrant HMOs? What are HMOs? Are being targeted and set on fire in Northern Ireland.
Whenever you bring people into a country, and I've said this a few times, I'm probably going to say it a few more, give them housing, and call people that live there racist for bringing up that fact, and then they start burning down the houses that were given to the immigrants, and you keep calling them racist. Well, they already burnt down your house, flipped your car over, and burnt it. What do you think is next on the chopping block? Maybe instead of calling people racist, you should address the problem. Just saying.
Holy
shit. Fuck our foreigners!
Just throwing that out there.
Oh my god. Housing multiple occupancy. The guy.
Yeah, fuck our foreigners!
Isn't that what they say at the beginning of Bloodborne whenever they're all gathered around that fire in Old Yarnum? With like the fucking... Too. Look at this. A bus has been set on fire in Belfast. Don't...
They are burning that bitch to the ground, bro.
Yeah, and man... I don't know where it's going, but, you know, for some reason people don't want to look at it. Mass Belfast use on the streets after the migrants in Belfast right now. Uh-oh.
Look at that, bro.
And everybody said that, like, they said, I told they're going to get even. And only at 5 or 10%. Yeah, this, by the way, is first gear.
This is what... This is why it's very imperative that somebody like Rupert Lowe become in office. If they are going out and burning houses that these immigrants live in, they are one step away from going even farther. You can call these people whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be saying anything if this keeps going up, because you're going to be dead. Call them whatever you want. But these guys that are out here, they have adopted the actual mentality that Americans think they have whenever they're down there getting paid to protest, that they're fighting for their country. These people will mob kill you. You need to be, the government that is watching this happen needs to be very, very careful what they do from here on out. They are walking a fine line.
This is first gear. And let me go back. England for the English.
England for the English! England for the English! England for the English! England for the Europeans!
Because this isn't the minority. This is the majority of the country, of that town. This is what you should be scared of. You've roused enough people. You've pissed off enough people that they are willing to burn the entire town down to get what they want. If they can't have housing affordable, no one will. If they can't have a job, no one will. If they can't have a government that's equal, no one will. That's what's terrifying about these people compared to the average DEI protesters. These guys want change, and they're going to kill to get it.
We have come so far in only 5 years. We have come so incredibly and amazingly far. No, don't forget. Oh, I hope not. I certainly hope not. I hope fire.
Like, when you have cars being lit on fire, that's one thing. But whenever they're burning, like, city buses, they're burning immigrant housing that's been given to them for free, they're overturning cars to the immigrants and burning them. This is a statement. This says, not my tax dollar. I'm not advocating for this. What I'm trying to instill here is that if they're burning people's houses down, and they don't care if there's somebody in it, they are one step away from outright killing them.
Sadly, it's just a minority still. You don't need to be a majority in order to push a narrative. Like the American Revolution, firepower, and you can do whatever you want. Basement 2 social progress. Like I am. There is an end to this. There is. What was the conflict that led to the stabbing, though? Who cares? I don't want to see things like that in the West. I don't care why it happened. Who cares? We appreciate you. Well, I do it especially speak about it. Who's in a plot here? People don't know about that. You're completely. I'm sure some people will be violent resisting it, but I mean, like just I don't know, just overpower them, right? I mean, like just deal with them. So
let's move on from this. There's a little bit more about Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo.
The last thing I saw, they are trying to appeal the murder charges, in which case I say let him rot in jail and be thankful that you're not getting the death penalty.
Anthony has been sentenced to 35 years in prison.
W. Okay, we need to give that judge a medal.
For murdering Austin.
It's kind of sad that we're advocating to I'm advocating to give medals for someone just doing their fucking job. Kind of sad, ain't it?
In Texas last year.
I don't have an opinion.
They said this was going to be just like BLM. Boy, let me tell you what. It started and it was over.
what is going on with this? Jasmine Crockett.
Black women live in fear
of
and
what?
agony.
Of what?
Fear and agony that I
Yeah.
promise you, the Metcalfs probably never spend a day living that way. And we're going to have just some real conversations about race in this country.
We're going to have some real conversations because it looks like some of these black people are racist as fuck.
I agree.
Hey, on jury selection?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Bro, you just walked up to somebody and slapped him in the face because you thought he was on jury selection. What the fuck?
Why do we put up with these animals? You can't have a normal society where you have people running around punching you in the face. Somebody identifies you as white, thinks that you're on the jury for a trial that they didn't like the outcome for.
You was on jury selection for Carmelo Anthony? Oh, all right, my beat.
But you want to sit here and say that black women are scared? The fuck? What about the jury that had to put this murderer in jail?
On jurisdiction for
Hello?
And Cardi B obviously defending it as well. Wow, just wow, disgusting. This is not justice. This is trying to make an example.
This was a legal lynching that happened in here today.
It's a legal lynching. It's what I tell my 5 boys. Oh, here we go.
What do you want us to do at this point?
Just be fucking normal.
What? I'm lost for words. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
You can't walk away? Why?
Can't walk away. What is that even a reference to? Is that like what?
They arrested the guy that was harassing people. Oh, this is the guy, right?
Oh, that's right. We did watch him get put in jail.
Cannot deny the overlay with the guy jumping. Time to go in the box.
That's
How's
right.
America getting so crazy? Because it's allowed to be crazy.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. Because ain't nobody gonna stop me. No one won't stop.
Y'all want to play these crackhead games, so I'm going to play them. Fuck white lives. How about that? How about that?
I told you they are the most racist, trying to run defense for this.
Part of the reason why I think he got the maximum worse sentence here is because of the racial component.
He's black. They had to put him in jail for a long time because he was black. Carmelo Anthony's grandmother.
Racist. Bias.
We love Carmelo. We love Carmelo.
We love that murderer, that convicted murderer. Doesn't that sound about right? We love him because of his skin color.
Wait, isn't it weird?
Come
They're
on,
going
guys.
and taking photo. Like, this is like some celebrity shit. Didn't your family member just get sentenced to like life in prison?
35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent.
No, he went somewhere he wasn't supposed to, caused an altercation, pulled out a knife and stabbed another teenager in the chest, knowing full well that he was going to try and get off using what's it called? Self-defense. That's what it was. Is that he kept getting off from all the other shit that he was doing because he had a record and he wasn't going to get away with this because he killed somebody. Rightfully so. He should sit the rest of his life in jail and be thankful that because he was under the age, because he was 17 whenever he committed the murder, that he didn't get the death penalty.
it was raining and simply didn't want to be put out in the rain by some random kid that he didn't know who was larger than him. Listen, a lot of people don't know what it is to live as a black person in this country, but
isn't it crazy that they're trying to blame this has anything to do with him being black? Do you ever think about like how bad that makes black people look? If I went and I said that, people would call me racist.
the fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity.
If he went to the coach, then why is there a dead person? I know this dumbass didn't just say that. Caused an altercation, ? He went to the... Obviously, he didn't go to the coach. He was too busy stabbing a child in the heart and killing him. Who said that? Who said that? No record, and there's a whole video showing he got jumped, LOL. Then where's the video? Where's the video? Both sides being racist. It wasn't there a video of him getting... He wasn't getting jumped. If that's the case, then why did 23 witnesses say that he obviously did this, he antagonized it, and then he stabbed somebody in the fucking heart? Like, what? So you mean to tell me that your input matters more than a jury of people and 23 witnesses along with the video that was all viewed in court? All things aside, your professional opinion matters more than 23 people that all said this fucker killed somebody, antagonized it, stabbed the child in the heart, and is more credible than the entire court. Oh, so you don't know then? So you don't know. So you don't know, and you're just saying you don't know what happened in the video, and you're just saying that so that way you can try to psyop something, right? It's no different than them releasing the Epstein files, and then if they manage to unredact it, I'm just saying we trust every jury in history. I would. You know why? Because if there's 6 people, there's 6 people that all came to the same conclusion. If there's 3 people came to the same conclusion. If there's 23 people, enough of them came to the conclusion that could convict. Yeah, I would.
Seen when this black boy said that I was scared. 35 years.
But he said he was.
You know why? Because when you've got multiple people that look at different instances of incidents and they all come to the same conclusion, I'd rather go with that than one person. When you've got one person that just doesn't like you and they're going to do whatever they can to fuck you over, why can you say that about 6 other people? I mean, obviously something's up if you've got 6 people that have never met each other, have no idea who the fuck you are, that all come together and come to the same conclusion.
Metcalf tried to avoid a fight, telling Anthony, quote, "Dude, I'm not going to fight you out of track meet." Anthony pulled out a 5-inch folding knife from his backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest.
I'm so scared. You know who the biggest victims of black violence are? It's black people. You fuck up your own community by trying to run defense for these psychos. You stab somebody with a knife in the chest over having to sit in a different place. You are a fucking psycho. Like, you're insane. Like, no, who does this? Who does this shit?
There were 12 jurors that came to that conclusion. Well, I guess he's sitting in jail where he belongs now. You know, jury. Okay. We obviously got, wait, where the fuck is, hold on. Let me pull up. Actually, you know what? We'll watch the Nick Shirley one tomorrow. We go pull up Fox. We haven't covered Fox all day. Here we go.
Ramping up pressure on the Iran regime to reach a deal as U.S. forces remain on alert after completing another round of strikes as close as.
And let me say this before we move on. Well, you can't always trust the jury. Well, it looks like you kind of have to. Whether you like it or not, you have to trust the jury. You know why? because it's part of our law systems, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. So you can either trust it or you can cry about it, but there's not going to be any change to it.
The administration ramping up pressure on the Iran regime to reach a deal as U.S. forces remain on alert after completing another round of strikes as close as 40 miles from the nation's capital. Retired Brigadier
I agree.
General.
They should give Carmelo Anthony the death penalty. They should. There is not a reason this boy should be allowed to sit in jail and waste taxpayer dollars because he wanted to go out and act like a fucking school shooter. Give him the death penalty. I
John
absolutely agree with
joins
that.
us right now. General, I know
move
you've
on.
been calling
Let's
to go.
move on. We're not talking
the administration
about Anthony
ramping
anymore. Let's move on.
up pressure on the Iran regime to reach a deal as U.S. forces remain on alert after completing another round of strikes as close as 40 miles from the nation's capital. Retired Brigadier General.
Yeehaw! Blow it up, big dog.
John Teichert joins us right now. General, I know you've been calling to go back to action. Are you pleased with the choices we've made so far? And do you hope we make more tonight?
No, I'm not. It needs to be more aggressive. It needs to be bigger and badder every time we do it. Every time we do it, it needs to be more and more and more and more.
Brian, I think what we've done in the last 2 nights has been fairly minimalist and proportionate, but I do think the President of the United States is finally getting fed up after 9 weeks into a 2-week ceasefire. And I think by taking down some of their air defense sites and their radar sites, that it might be preparing the battlefield for something more significant tonight.
So in doing so, you think they're getting the message? The regime?
Brian, I don't think so. Not at all. I think they continue to act and negotiate in bad faith. That the president 9 weeks ago in early April, when it was on the verge of us being decisive against their regime, gave them a chance to negotiate in good faith. And in every possible turn, they have failed to do so. And I think now it's time to resume large-scale military strikes.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. It is long overdue. We've given these ass clowns a month. All they've done in the past few weeks is bomb our allies. We need to continue bombing the crap out of these guys. But if you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream. Don't forget to hit like on the stream. Hitting like on the stream helps out. Check out the channel membership. We got that channel membership. Check out the donations, by the way. Every little bit that YouTube takes out of my donations and my jewels help with getting more viewers. Check out the hyping on videos, on the standard form content videos. Hyping gets more views equals more people that we can chat with, more people that we chat with equals more views and more people we can pull up and make fun of. So, W chat.
At operational or tactical targets, but striking at the heart of the regime to really change the calculus and get their attention.
The wild card of the Iranian people who are desperate for freedom, 89 of the 90 million, maybe 89.5 of the 90 million. They can communicate now. The internet's up. How could we maximize that to add additional pressure?
All right, Allison, see you in a little bit.
Brian, I think if we do return to large-scale strikes and strike at the heart of the regime, that is regime strongholds and internal security hubs, then it gives the Iranian people the confidence that we are providing some level of top cover for them. And I think with that confidence, it gives them a chance to make the move in protest to flip the regime that they haven't had a chance to do in the last 90 days.
Should we look for Israel to join us in this, or if they're not hit, they should stay on the side? What would you prefer?
I would like to see Israel helping us and knocking out Hezbollah. That's what I would want to see. I want to see Israel bombing the shit out of Hezbollah.
Brian, I think that they add additional intelligence.
I want the UAE. What would be great is if Israel was able to knock back Hezbollah all the way back to where the hell they came from. And then what we can do is use the UAE and Kuwait to bomb the shit out of Iran.
And mass to the strikes. You know, in the first 6 weeks of active conflict, they were the ones that were striking at the heart of the regime.
No, I don't really want to do that.
We need to take a page from their playbook and do the same thing. But I think if we do so alongside of one another, then it really...
That's what I'm saying. Like, why don't they pull all the countries that Iran attacked in the Middle East and just get them all together to bomb the crap out of these guys? Dude, this war would be over in, like, days. We hold all of Iran's assets. Like, we own their entire banking system. We could just take that money and give it to the the people that they bombed and use that as a way to get them to join the force. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing?
Provides the mass that gives us a chance to do
The
something.
entire Middle East should be dogpiling onto these terrorist advocators. Like, what are we doing?
So I can take that as a yes. So a lot of military people say, stop using the word proportional. Just hit them.
Exactly. Just hit them. Annihilate them. Turn them into glass.
Hit them the way we can hit them. We are stronger. We're more prepared. We're on the right side of this operation.
We've devastated them financially. There is no reason we're not going hog wild on this country right now, bro. Like, come on.
Why are we being proportional?
Exactly.
I hate
Decimate
the word
them.
proportional because it means that we're minimalist. And to some extent, it emboldens the regime because it gives them the initiative. They've been the ones who are
Oh, but you can't do that. The war crimes didn't do something about it, pussy. Do something about it. You're not, because we're America.
They've been the ones that have been
shaping. You know who enforces war crimes? America.
Situation. It's time for us to take the reins and do something decisive, far more than just proportional, because proportional is not working.
It isn't. You're right. Thank you. All those barrels of oil's out and countless 200 plus ships through, while not trumpeting it until today. That's what's been going on. And that's why the price of oil is below $90 a barrel. And we'd like to get it back to 65, which is where it's going to head. General, thanks so much for your time. Hope we're talking about more strikes tonight.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I think it's normal. I think it's normal to join that. Well, I mean, like, Google is pretty good at knowing it. So, I mean, like, YouTube is a part of Google. So, like, it probably is just some kind of verification feature. It's kind of what it sounds like to me. It sounds like a verification feature. So, yeah, it should be fine. Especially if it's on YouTube itself. Woo, let's go! Bro, I love it.
I'll say it this way, that it's almost an ultimatum now. That there's no more negotiation at this point.
Thank God. Wow, big surprise.
Went back and forth with them. You gave them 2 weeks. And now they have to take the deal that you have offered them, that you tried to negotiate in good faith, or everything goes and the people can be liberated. Is that what's happening right now?
Well, that could happen if we want to keep going. And, you know, the deal is a very good deal. The problem with the deal is that...
The World Cup, really? They're doing the World Cup today? I can't believe it.
It could be the greatest deal in history. They could wave the white flag of surrender. They could say, we surrender, we're finished, we've had it. The United States is the greatest power. Praise be to Allah. And they could do all of this. They could say it loud and clear, and the fake news would say it was a great victory for Iran. I mean,
Yo, seriously, that's exactly what they would do, too. They'd be like, Iran. And no, then we'd have protesters that'd be like, free Iran. Free Iran! You'd have the counter-protesters down there. We're Iranian. Who are you? Is it sad that that's exactly what would fucking happen too? That's exactly what would happen. That's the chain of events right there.
Praise be to Allah.
That's the saddest
and
part.
They could do all of this. They could say it loud and clear, and the fake news would say it was a great victory for Iran. I mean, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. We're killing them. Just killing them. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. You know, we're flying planes over the middle of Tehran, and they have no idea what we're there. We've knocked out all of their radar, all of their anti-aircraft. Much of their missiles, they have probably less than 20%. We think about 20%. Most of their launchers, they have the missile launchers, which are quite important. Their drone capacity is way down. You see it. I mean, it's way down.
I don't care what their capacities are, bro. Just keep bombing them. I don't give a shit. You can sit here and be like, oh yeah, we're decimating. I don't care. Just keep bombing them. I don't care. Use bunker busters so that way every time you drop a bomb, it goes below and maybe takes out some tunnels. I don't care. Just keep bombing them. I don't care.
Minor. They're finished, and yet the fake news, just like with the election, the fake news is out there saying, wow, Iran is doing just so well. Trump is doing terribly. I watched it yesterday, one of the shows for 5 minutes. Haven't seen the show in a long while. This fake Joe Scarborough talking about how well Iran is doing. I'm saying, where do they come from? It's just the craziest thing.
Yeah.
And behind the scenes, I will tell you, they won't even dispute it, although they probably would because it makes sense. They're very good. Iran is very good at publicity, but they're not good at fighting. But I took a look, and I must tell you, they can't believe
How's it going?
They can't even believe it. Yeah. And they told me, they said, it's amazing how well we're doing in the papers. We're not doing so well. They're negotiating with us to make a deal.
Well, Mr.
It's
President,
hard for them because they are proud. They're very proud.
We know
been the bully. They've been the bully of the Middle East for 47 years.
Yeah, they have.
They've been ripping off our presidents and other countries for years. They played Obama for a fool. The JCPOA is one of the worst deals I've ever seen, other than NAFTA, the NAFTA trade deal, which was maybe.
I don't know how Fox was able to sit here and wave through this, but look, Trump is great, but man, he's got to work on his. He's like an old man mumbling. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love Trump to death for the most part, but like, oh my God, could he be? He's a mumbler. He's a mumble rumber.
Trey Yangst, who is live in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the war in Iran. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight, the United States unleashed powerful strikes against the Iranian regime. CENTCOM says that Iranian military surveillance systems, along with communication systems and air defense sites across Iran, were hit. Speaking from the Situation Room, President Trump told Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles hit locations as close to 40 miles from the capital of Tehran.
Bro, look at them launching those big dogs up out of there like they're the dude.
Iran
what?
Were hit. Speaking from the Situation Room, President Trump told Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles hit locations as close to 40 miles from the capital of Tehran. Positions were also targeted along the southwestern part of Iran. The president described the strikes as violent and vicious. Also, President Trump says top Iranian officials called him directly, asking him to stop the bombing.
Nope. No. The answer to that is, are you surrendering? If anything is other than no, anything is other than yes, then just hang up the phone. Are you surrendering? No. Well, then I guess we don't have anything to talk about. Click.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth spoke before the strikes began.
Instead, they're going to have tap, tap, tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
Yep.
Now, in response, the Iranians launched ballistic missiles and drones at Gulf countries, including Bahrain and Kuwait.
I love how these jackasses, instead of attacking American naval ships, they terrorize the other regions. Fucking cowards, man.
The Jordanian army says they dealt with at least 20 Iranian ballistic missiles in the skies of their country. Today, the Iranian Foreign Ministry says the strikes overnight rendered the ceasefire practically meaninless. Guys?
Trey, as you just reported, we're going after military sites. But do you think...
What's the matter? They're mad that they're ceasing and we're firing now? What happened? It was working out real well for y'all. We thought maybe we'd try it, you know?
Start going after leadership again in conjunction with the Israelis.
Look, President Trump is certainly leaving that option on the table. That is what I gathered from the conversation that I had with him last night. Remember, he was sitting alongside Vice President J.D. Vance, and Vance talked about the negotiation process. Remember, the priority here for the Trump administration is to get a good faith deal.
Nothing but unconditional surrender.
Working overtime to do just that. But ultimately, if the Iranians are unwilling to give up their nuclear ambitions, open the Strait of Hormuz, and de-escalate across the region, President Trump says they're going to get hit with additional strikes. He even told me if they don't sign the deal on the table tonight, he will bomb the S out of them. And so
that's what I've been saying, dude. Bomb the shit out of them. I've been saying that for about, yo, come on. He's stealing my shit now.
Gives you a sense of the president's mindset right now. And if the Iranians are unwilling to make those concessions...
I already know how it sounds, too. I already know what it sounds like. I know exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like this. It sounds just like this. Where'd it go? Right here. Sounds just like
What's
this.
the message to Iran?
Sounds just like this here.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
Shut up, Kamala.
Bomb the shit out of them.
That's right.
It's true.
Gonna bomb the shit.
I don't care.
She's gonna bomb the shit out of them.
More days of military action ahead. President Trump has a variety of options on the table. And when I spoke with him yesterday morning, he said he was getting closer to bombing Iranian power plants and bridges, which would be a major escalation. But the president is trying to escalate to de-escalate here. And that is exactly what we saw last night with these strikes by CENTCOM.
Yeah, Secretary Hegseth said that if we need to negotiate with bombs, we will negotiate with bombs. And that is what took place last night. Trey Yanks live for us in Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you.
What? What's the matter? Their little stall tactic isn't working anymore? Uh-oh.
So much. Uh-oh. Former Deputy National Security Advisor for Vice President Dick Cheney, Steve Yates. Steve, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Assess what took place last night, where things stand today, and if more...
Well, then if their government gave a flying fuck about them, then they wouldn't have killed 45,000 of them. If the government gave a fuck about them, then they surrender. But they don't.
War is necessary.
Sorry, but you can't just finish a war because of casualties. That's just how it is.
A pathway of peace.
I think President Trump has been very patient and prudent with the use of America's overwhelming force, chosen not to go in, invade, and occupy a country, and I think that's the right choice given where we've been in history. And we're really at a point where I think that it is necessary to stop framing this as a good faith deal. I think what we're looking for is a no-faith deal. We're looking for setting the terms so that we don't
by Magic Man,
have to have trust about what the remnants of the Iranian regime will do. But we've demonstrated enough control that they will have to do what we have set out the terms to be. I think we're getting close to that. But I think the president may yet have to do a little bit more to secure the shoreline around the Gulf to make sure that the flow through the strait is something that is seen. One of the first rules of politics I learned from TV, so it must be true, is that it's not enough to do good. You have to be seen doing good. So we need to see that flow. We need to see that we can help move vessels through with impunity. Then the card really has been taken from the Iranians' hand, and we've shown the world that truth.
Yeah, and Steve, on that front, the president said yesterday that the U.S. has been conducting
2 joules for the hundo for Kevin Oki.
These secret missions since May that helped 200 ships with 100 million barrels of oil escape the Strait of Hormuz. He said we took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights. That's why oil is at $85 a barrel. I mean, there are analysts who say that oil prices should be much higher right now. So what is your take on the secret mission and the president's decision to announce it publicly right now?
Well, I like the idea. It's something I think a lot of us had been hoping for. The United States has amazing capabilities. It's wonderful to see that in action. And I think it's just one of those things where it just needs to be more. It's a step in the right direction. It's definitely the area of reassurance that global markets have needed, but I think it's also one the public needs.
I think Trump is still fucking around, too. I think he is. I think that trying to use this bullshit proportional, crap is just stupid. It's stupid. Just bomb the shit out of them.
What we deal with in our own country is one of perception. And if the perception is that this conflict is going to affect affordability here, then we need to see something that changes the perception that there isn't a solution in the near future. And so I think
what would definitely help is if we used bigger bombs, and if the bigger bombs struck the targets that we want it to strike constantly until they surrender, until there's nothing left on that landscape but craters where mountains were, then you're going to see an unconditional surrender. And if you do that all at once, then you would see a whole lot change really quickly. And then you wouldn't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? Then we can take the money that they used to, all that stalled funding, we can take that and pay for our war effort and pay for all the other countries that got their shit blown up because of these schizo terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Problem solved. They've got a couple billion in that account that's frozen that we own, so why don't we just use that?
The terms as perceived in the Strait, changing the terms as perceived with what's going on with the remnants of the regime. And frankly, if the Revolutionary Guard is the tallest
Spencer
pole in the tent for the remnants of the regime, then that needs to be...
Chiba Cat?
Graded further if we're going to allow the people of Iran, who we don't see very much of in recent months,
I know. Even
for
with
them to actually step up.
Yeah, and even with the internet still somewhat back up and running, we need to see more of them and for them to potentially take charge in the future. The other notable element of something that was revealed by Trey Yangst was that the president said that he spoke directly with Iranian leadership in the Situation Room last night, who called him and told him to stop the bombing. Now, the Iranian side is now disputing that, but the president says that they called, he spoke directly, and they told him to stop. What's your take on that? Quickly, final thoughts here.
Well, it's one of the parts of President Trump's diplomacy that I enjoy the most. I mean, he just does things his own way. There haven't been presidents who have conducted this kind of conflict. And I really don't doubt that people have been able to call him. I mean, he seems ready, willing, and able to talk with whomever he chooses.
It is kind of crazy that they were able to call him instantly whenever the bombing started and stopped. Yet, for whatever reason, we have to send J.D. Vance all the way out to wherever the fuck he went. Isn't that interesting? But now all of a sudden their phone lines work. That's crazy.
He chooses.
Man, it's almost like they never wanted a deal to begin with.
Him advantages in trying to set these terms. But ultimately, I think it's going to be the demonstration of economic and military control that pushes us to a conclusion, whether it's a deal or just the facts on the ground. I think we're getting close.
Yeah, and Iran wanted to avoid another large-scale operation, but that may be what we are entering.
Yep. I mean, hey, that's what happens when you mess around too much. Sitting there screwing around, bro. That's what you get. Get shit blown up. I do not like this lady. We need to put this lady in jail or deport her because something is funky with her.
What if I ask you about House Oversight Committee referring you to the Ethics Committee? Hey, Congresswoman. What if I ask you about House Oversight Committee referring you to the Ethics Committee for an investigation over your financial disclosures? Are you under an Ethics Committee investigation?
No. No. We go over this all the time.
Yeah, well, there's more reporting about the possibility of that over the 29 million differences in the financial.
Possibility that it might rain in this sunny day. So.
Man, oh man. Total obliteration.
Chuck DeVore is a retired Army intelligence officer. Do you think this latest round is going to do the trick?
No. The bombs aren't big enough. They need to be bigger.
Well, Jesse, I guess
what you do is every time you launch one of these strikes for the next month, the bombs need to continuously get bigger until we're just bombing them with nukes. Like, that's where it needs to go. Seriously, that's what needs to happen. Every time we bomb, we need to just send off 40 bombs, and then we upgrade those bombs, and we just keep doing that until we get to the point where all we have left is nukes.
That's the big question. I don't think it will, in the sense that, let's say they do agree to sign an agreement. Are they really going to stick to it? Or will they not agree to sign a document and try to string things along some more? I think what we've seen in the last two nights is similar to the concept of peeling back layers of an onion. Last night's strikes were about neutralizing air defense systems and radars, in retaliation, of course, for that drone hitting the Apache and almost killing our two pilots. It's just, as you said, it's a miracle that they survived, especially the part about ditching in the ocean at night. That's actually really dangerous. So we're peeling back the layers of defense in Iran, and then tonight we hit them even harder and deeper. And so what that does is it sets up the opportunity, if the president pulls the trigger, of really unleashing an enormous amount of damage in a short period of time in Iran.
From listening to Trey, you get the sense that Trump's patience has run out and that he's going to keep a sustained air campaign on these people until they sign what he wants them to sign. Is that your sense?
That certainly seems to be my sense of what's going on. I would like to employ a historical analogy, even though sometimes they can be strained too far. If you think about the war against Imperial Japan in the closing hours
I love just seeing the same nonsense pop up in my chat. I don't even engage with it anymore. I just permaban. I'm just like, no, I'm good, man. It's just not even worth. The amount of people that only say the exact same thing, they're like sheeple, man. They all say the same stupid shit. There's nothing new in it. It's so
we
funny.
took Okinawa at great cost. We were firebombing Japanese cities. We had choked them off from their food supply. And yet it took 2 atomic bombs to force surrender. And even then...
That's right. Listen to what he's saying. This is how you do business with terrorists. When you have people that invent the term kamikaze, you nuke them, and then you call it a day. Think this is the history proves me right. What, they're radicals? Okay, turn them into glass. Leave craters on their continent.
Damage in a short period of time in Iran.
From listening to Trey, you get the sense that Trump's patience has run out and that he's going to keep a sustained air campaign on these people until they sign what he wants them to sign. Is that your sense?
That certainly seems to be my sense of what's going on. I would like to employ a historical analogy, even though sometimes they can be strained too far. If you think about the war against Imperial Japan in the closing hours of 1945, we took Okinawa at great cost. We were firebombing Japanese cities. We had choked them off from their food supply. And yet it took 2 atomic bombs to force...
We had a third lined up. We were going to bomb them and bomb them and bomb them until they surrendered. If you want to sit here and play this back and forth game, when the nukes start dropping, let's see how long you last. Let's see how long you last. Japan didn't last very long at all. History proves me right. Oh, but they're radicals. You can never beat them. They unhitch grenades and run at American soldiers. They're ruthless. You know what else is ruthless? Cracking the fucking sun over a civilization and watching it turn into glass. Watching people's shadows get seared to the pavement.
Surrender, and even
Why
then...
are we playing ball games with people? We know how to deal with them. We've done it before. This is not a new thing in our history.
Japanese Imperial Army wasn't convinced that they should surrender. They wanted to fight on. And thank goodness they didn't. There would have been millions and millions of casualties on both sides. So, there's historical precedence for really difficult enemies who never want to surrender. And when you think about it, Jesse, of course the IRGC doesn't want to surrender.
Fuck the worlds. I don't care. You know who's been protecting the world for the past 60 to 100 years? America. Be a lot of motherfuckers in the UK that'd be speaking German right now if it had not been for America. I'm tired of being the world's linebacker, or like not linebacker, but being the world's backup. Oh, but the war crimes, who enforces the war crimes? America does. America sends its Navy out to enforce war crimes. Who do you think enforces international water? America. You can't expect Britain to do that because their entire fleet of naval ships is non-existent. Hell, before we got involved with Iran, Iran's Navy could have overtaken all of Britain. Fuck those idiots. They want to sit here and they send these immigrants into our borders using maps and shit to move these people into our country. Be thankful we're not going over there. Hell, I don't give a fuck about the rest of these people around the world. I mean, I do to an extent. But when you've got a government that's trying to fuck with us, you fucked with the wrong person.
They think they may lose their lives to the Iranian people.
And they feel the same way about us. Don't you sit there and act like they care any more about us. They would do the same thing to us if they could. So don't even sit there and try to act like you're on a moral high ground.
I'm pretty ticked off about the...
And you know what? I don't blame them for thinking that way either. It's survival of the fittest. And you know what? America may not be the fittest because there's a bunch of fat fucks here, but we do have the most advanced technology in the world.
Rule that they've suffered since 1979.
Yeah, the IRGC is kind of in a nifty little position during the ceasefire, but hopefully these latest round of strikes kind of shake things loose so we can get some of the moderate negotiators to sign and then just enforce it. And then no money's going to exchange hands unless we see that dust destroyed. Chuck, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
You know, it's funny whenever I see a comment like this. I'm going to pull it up because I think it's dumb enough to actually be addressed. Hold on. I got it here. Check this out. Dorker. He says, Trump quotes, "I love the poorly educated, intelligent people hate me. If I ran for president, I would run as a Republican as they are easier to manipulate." I think it's hilarious you say that because my mom, we were so poor that we had holes in our trailer, no AC, no electricity, and no water. And until this past 2 years, I was a Democrat. My mom always said, "We're too poor to ever vote Republican. I'm too goddamn American to vote Democrat." Bye. The effects from the bombs, in any opinion, it would be a better option to use a different method than these bombs, perhaps new technology or something along the lines of that. Why are we worried about that? Why should we give a shit? We're already bombing people. What does it matter? The effects from the bombs, we don't want their land. You should only care about the land that you're bombing if you want it. We don't want their land. We just want them to fuck off and stop terrorizing the world. That's what we want. I don't care about their land. Fuck their land. I care about the actual Iranians there. But if they're being slaughtered in droves by the IRGC, there's not really much we can do anyway. If they don't rise up, they die. If they rise up, they die. Well, it sounds like they're going to die regardless. I mean, it's fine, fucking sucks, but like, at the end of the day, they're in between a rock and a hard place, just like the IRGC. If the IRGC don't surrender, they die because America's going to bomb them. If they surrender, the Iranians are going to kill them. I mean, shit. I don't. I mean, I guess. I don't really know what to tell you about this. I mean, that's not exactly something that Trump's worried about. That's not something I really give a shit about either. To be quite frank, it's not really something that the average Joe is going to change, and there's just not enough people that care about it. There aren't enough people that are willing to sit down and think about long-term effects like this. Right now, we're trying to deal with the long-term effect of a Middle East that's been ravaged by a bunch of terrorists and have been killing American and American soldiers for like literal decades. That's what we're worried about right now. I mean, like, and maybe you should get banned because you're retarded. Bye-bye. Selfishness. To answer to our Heavenly Father for the hatred you spew. The hatred I spew. Give me an example in the year 2024 of Iran using back terrorism to kill American and American soldiers.
In January 2024, an Iran-backed group, Kataib Hezbollah, attacked a U.S. military base in Jordan. The attack, a drone strike, resulted in the deaths of 3 American soldiers and injuries to over 40 others.
Give me an example in the year 2023 of a terrorist-backed organization, Iran backing a terrorist organization that led to the death of Americans and American soldiers in the Middle East.
In March 2023, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps backed an affiliated militia, which then launched a drone attack on a U.S.-led base in Syria. This attack resulted in the death of one American contractor and injury.
Here's another one. What did Hezbollah do to to Israel, that caused the Israel-Palestine protests? Here's a good one for you.
Hezbollah, acting as an Iranian proxy, started attacking northern Israel with rockets and drones in October 2023. These attacks, in support of Hamas, aim to force Israel to fight on multiple fronts, contributing to the broader conflict and protests.
That's not the one I'm looking for. Why are people protesting for Israel and Palestine, or not Israel and Palestine, the Gaza Strip? Let's see if it'll say it.
People protest for both Israel and Palestine because it's a long-standing conflict about land, rights, and control, not just the Gaza Strip. The core issue involves Israel, a country established in 1940.
When did the Hezbollah soldiers attack Israel and kill 2,000 of the Israelis that led to the bombing of Gaza Strip?
The claim that Hezbollah attacks led to the Gaza Strip bombing is not historically accurate. The bombing was not caused by an attack from Hezbollah.
But it says right here, was an initial response to the devastating coordinated attack on Israel led by the Palestine militant group Hamas. Oh, I was using the wrong one. My bad, guys. It was Hamas. It was Hamas. Not Hezbollah. Why do their fucking names sound so familiar, bro? But they also killed 1,200 people were killed. Like, you can live in your Disney fairy tale land and use your book all you want. But at the end of the day, whenever you're done trying to hand out stickers to terrorists, maybe we can actually sit down at a table and talk. And talk about the things that need to get done. Like taking out a bunch of fucking terrorist organizations all over the Middle East. How about that? How about that? Find out. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, here, let me help you. Bye-bye. Hey, wait. Anybody else? Anybody else? It's the same shit. It's just another terrorist organization. That's all it fucking is. And guess who's backing it? Fucking Iran. Come on. Iran, then turn around and condemn another nation for doing the exact same thing. You don't need to condemn another nation for doing the same thing. If Israel bombs Iran, I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. They got it. They had it coming. If Russia nukes Ukraine, we should nuke Russia. I don't give a fuck. You think I give a fuck? We've got more nukes than anybody else on this planet. We've got the most advanced technology. We fucking microwave people, dude. You think I give a fuck? There's a reason why nobody's fucking with us. I'm tired of being the world's fucking slave labor. It's time they either start paying for the fucking bodyguards or they start becoming the people that need the bodyguards. That's exactly what I think. You want to sit here and kill Americans for 47 years and advocate for the death of Western culture? And we bring death to your doorstep and start bombing the fuck out of your people? That's what you fucking get, loser. Rest in piss, you won't be missed. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Sounds like a personal problem. You said exactly, so you're saying nuke the world. No, we don't. Russia has the most, but not much, but they do. Who gives a fuck? Nuke them anyway. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Who has the most advanced nukes in the world?
The United States and Russia have the largest nuclear arsenals. holding about 88% of the global stockpile. The U.S. leads in submarine technology, while Russia has the biggest overall stockpile, including advanced ICBMs. China, France, and the UK also have nuclear weapons.
But we still are technologically advanced. We are. We have submarines. We have more shit. We have more shit that go boom. They have more missiles, but how fucking difficult is it to reload a nuke, especially if it's an ICBM that's in the ground? Probably pretty fucking hard to do. Like, you're trying to take this big ass missile and put it in the ground into a silo. It's probably going to be a pain in the ass to do. It's probably going to be a pain in the fucking ass. That is true. We also have more spies, so our targets would be way more accurate. I mean, Iran kind of learned that the hard way. We took out their entire administration in one bombing. I mean, we do have more spies all over the fucking world. Like, our military is fucking crazy, bro. It is crazy. Well, then think about what you just said then. If they have a bigger stockpile of nukes, and the thing is that if they're all silos, they can't reach America. None of their silos, none of their nukes can reach America. And we have submarines that can travel around the world and nuke on sight. Don't you think we'd win that by default? Especially if they can't even reload the silos? Like, of nukes, we should use a better method, technology spies, like more that'll be better using nukes. What do you think happened in Iran? Why do you think their entire cabinet got blown up in Iran? That's what we did, and they're still not surrendering. Like, do you understand that we did that? We used spies to take out their entire administration that was running Iran. They're all fucking dead. Hell, we did it so good that we actually injured the new supreme leader. Now it's time to drop nukes. We already dropping bombs, just upgrade them. Nuke them. U.S. Army counterintelligence. Did you serve? Because I served as U.S. Army. Yeah, well, I hate to break it to you, but Israel was our counterintelligence for Iran. It wasn't America. So, you saying this immediately null and voids anything you say, whether you think you're right or not. They used Israeli counterintelligence and intelligence and spies in order to find and bomb the entire Ayatollah administration. So there you go. It's a good thing you said that, because now I know exactly what field we're playing on. Anything else? A hydro-megaton bomb. Oh my god, that's the best thing I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. Bro, if we actually have to drop an atomic bomb, we should sticker that bitch the hydro-megaton bomb. Oh, dude, that's the best thing I've ever seen. Oh, okay. Bye. There you go. I should have done this sooner. You've just been wasting our time anyway. You didn't come in here to do anything other than do whatever the fuck you were doing. But now that you're banned, you're permanent, so bye-bye! Don't bother coming back. Next! Let's continue talking about how Iran should be
Iran is once again burning for the second night in a row. Wave
That's right.
after wave after wave of U.S. airstrikes that are pounding.
I'm not advocating. It's just like the laws. I'm not advocating for new laws. I just want them to be enforced. I'm not advocating for more bombs. I just want one really big one. I want the Magaton bomb, all right? That's what I want.
Country after stalling negotiations and attacking U.S. forces. President Trump, he's had enough. We told you would, and he's now following through on his promise to.
I love how this bitch ass went through that entire thing, and the second that he realized that he fucking cooked himself, he left. Now let me help you out with that perma, sir. Make sure you don't come back and cause more problems. How about that? The second that he null and voided his whole fucking thing, he immediately roached out. I love it. I fucking love it, dude. I do. I really do. It's a beautiful thing.
IRGC and other targets hard. Joining us now with the very latest, live from Washington, D.C., our very own Jennifer Griffin. It's been a busy night tonight, Jennifer.
That's right, Sean, and the airstrikes are ongoing. U.S. Central Command began bombing Iranian targets at 5:50.
You're just misinformed. Best of luck. Oh, here, let me help you. Bye. Channel activity. They can reach the source. You've been here. You've typed 4 comments in the comments. You've typed 4 things in the comments. And now you acting like you've been here. Dude, get the fuck out of here. I enjoy banning idiots like that. What a bunch of retards. Bye.
15 p.m. Eastern
Boomer
after
take,
President
wait
Trump and
till
Secretary
the draft comes and you have to fight. There's not going to be a draft. There's not going to be a draft. Let me show you why there's not going to be a draft. It's because you've got a bunch of Neanderthals that are sitting on the middle of the desert doing this to our Air Force. This is all I got. When this is what your military has to do to try and take down a helicopter, you have no military. You're a bunch of pussies with guns. And there's nothing worse in the world than a bunch of pussies with guns. Cannon fodder, that's all they are. Bye. Their shit's so busted that they couldn't even make a drone blow up in a helicopter. Fuck out of here, losers. Where was I? Hold on. Their shit be fucked. There we go.
Tonight, Iran is once again burning for the second night in a row. Wave after wave after wave of U.S. airstrikes that are pounding this country after stalling negotiations and attacking U.S. forces. President Trump, he's had enough. We told you would. And he's now following through on his promise to hit the IRGC and other targets hard. Joining us now with the very latest, live from Washington, D.C. Our very
Hey, man, that's what I do. That's what I do up in here, man.
Griffin. It's been a busy night tonight, Jennifer.
If you guys have never seen Shoot 'Em Up, I would recommend that movie. It's an action movie. It's a very much so a gun movie. It's Texas to the core, all right? Great movie. There's a few parts in there where he talks about there's nothing worse than a pussy with a gun in his hand. That's where I got that reference from, by the way.
That's right, Sean, and the airstrikes are ongoing. U.S. Central Command began bombing Iranian targets at 5:15 p.m. Eastern.
You want a really good action movie that's going to keep you entertained? I absolutely recommend Shoot 'Em Up.
President Trump and Secretary Hegseth telegraphed earlier today that the bombing would resume tonight. Initial explosions were heard almost simultaneously at port cities along the Strait of Hormuz.
You know how ominous that is? You just call a line and you say the bombing will continue tonight. Then you just hang up and that's all you hear as like the leader of a country. And then you just hear people screaming and dying, bro. Like, fuck that.
Iranian air defenses, radars, and communication sites. Iran continues to frustrate the U.S. military by firing drones and missiles using mobile launchers that they
wouldn't need a draft with a large-scale war. We would.
They can hide inside mountain tunnels. Earlier today, Secretary Hegseth visited Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and then flew to Tampa, Florida to CENTCOM headquarters, where he was briefed on Iranian target lists by Admiral Brad Cooper.
Those strikes that'll happen tonight will be strong. They will be clear. If they happen to happen tomorrow night, they will be strong and they will be clear. CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be. If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs.
Earlier today, the president revealed the U.S. military had secretly been escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, laden with over 100 million barrels, he said, in the middle of the night without Iran seeing them. The Apache
That's the reason why the oil's been staying down right there, boys.
Helicopter hit by the Iranian drone yesterday was reportedly providing overwatch and protection for one of those vessels. President Trump said an Iranian...
The aircraft, the helicopter was not struck. The drone went into the helicopter, and they brought it into the water to keep it from blowing up. So that means that there's a preserved helicopter down in the bottom of that ocean right there.
Projectile lodged between the two pilots of the Apache and was on fire, emitting a massive amount of heat, but did not explode. Within seconds, the helicopter pilots...
But remember, guys, they're winning. They're winning, guys. Look, they're winning. We've got a new AI video today. Woo!
Brought the helicopter down into the water quickly. Overnight, Iran fired dozens of missiles and drones at U.S. bases after the U.S. bombed 20 Iranian targets in retaliation for the downed Apache helicopter. Sean Qatari negotiators were in...
I don't know why. No, they can take the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know why they aren't forcing that bitch open.
On today to convince Iranian officials to restart negotiations. And we've just learned air defense sirens have sounded in Bahrain. Sean?
Yeah, Jennifer, is there any truth to the Qataris apparently telling the Iranians, take the deal that you've been offered? Is there truth to that? I saw that report.
I've seen the same report, Sean. I have not spoken with any of the Qatari officials, but it is likely that they...
That's true. They're winning at losing. That's right. It should be a country that's never lost so badly in the entire history of the world.
We're pressuring the
These
Iranians.
guys are literally Neanderthals throwing rocks at spaceships. It blows my mind.
Come back to
it
the
blows
talks
my
with a
mind.
serious offer, and now at this point, it's hard to see how they get off of this escalation ladder. The president, however, says that he received a call from Iranian officials earlier this evening. The Iranians are denying making that call.
By the way, if you're new here, sub to the channel. They're throwing ice cubes at the sun. They're throwing ice cubes at the sun. You're absolutely right. If you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream. I do this every day. I have a big section for politics cut out. So please, by all means, stick around. I do this every day. I always start at 8 a.m. and we end kind of wherever we end. So W chat and W new people.
I will tell you, if those Apache helicopter pilots were murdered, this would be a very different discussion tonight, in my opinion. Jennifer Griffin. And
I think that should have been happening already. There is no reason why more people, more countries weren't buying oil from us. We have so much oil. Bro, we could be making bank with that oil.
Washington tonight. Thank you.
We can make billions of dollars, and then what we can do is we can turn those dollars into missiles to bomb terrorists. I like that idea. What? They actually covered it. They covered the Belfast riots. Fox News.
Good evening. I'm Griff Jenkins, and this is your Fox News report.
That's another tally. That's 3-0. That's 3-0, Fox. I've been covering this for a few days now. Where y'all been, bro?
The U.S. launches a new wave of strikes on Iran following the downing of an American helicopter. Both sides...
Maybe you shouldn't have done it.
Exchanged strikes yesterday, with the U.S. hitting Iranian defense sites near the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is still willing to negotiate on a peace deal and says he will only accept a meaningful offer. President Trump signs a bill funding the Department of Homeland Security through the end of his term. The bill is seen as a win for his immigration agenda as America waits for the Supreme Court's decision on birthright citizenship. Leaders in Northern Ireland are pleading for calm after a stabbing attack leads to anti-immigration protests in Belfast. A Sudanese immigrant allegedly partially blinded
Bonnie. Stay safe out there.
A man in the attack Monday. The suspect is charged with attempted murder. Inflation is up again, jumping 4.2%.
Well, I mean, like, how could you live in the U.S. and not be fired up about America, bro? We live in the best damn country in the world. And anybody that's anti-American that lives here, then get the fuck out.
Percent from this time last year, the highest level in 3 years, and outpacing hourly wages for the second straight month. Consumers are being pressured by food, gas, and energy prices, but are seeing some relief on eggs, butter, and appliances. That casting, streaming services, and being blocked behind.
Bro, somebody need to lose their job. This is not. What the fuck is this? Stabbing attack, bro. That was a beheading. It was a beheading in Belfast. Man, come on, Fox. What are you doing, man? I'm disappointed now.
Okay, great. Hi, Jennifer. Can you give us an update?
Yes. Hi, Dana. We have reports we've just confirmed with U.S. officials that airstrikes have begun against Iranian targets. Iranian state media is reporting that those strikes are being carried out on Keshem Island. We heard those strikes yesterday at about this time. The same sort of airstrikes began. Keshem Island, Manab, Sirik. These are all port and coastal areas where the U.S. was taking out air defenses and radar systems just yesterday. Right now, we can say that Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, was down at CENTCOM headquarters where he was being briefed by Admiral Brad Cooper this afternoon about potential targets. Earlier in the day, the president indicated and telegraphed that the airstrikes were likely to begin again tonight. Secretary Hegseth told reporters who were traveling with him that, in fact, the U.S. is willing to negotiate with bombs if need be. And shortly thereafter, the airstrikes began. We can expect to see, I think, over the next few hours, a number of new targets hit inside Iran. Earlier today, Qatari negotiators were sent to Tehran to try and convince Iran's leaders to get back to the talks, to agree to the terms that the U.S. had been discussing. Those negotiations have been stalled. Now, I think
thought that's what you were supposed to do whenever somebody doesn't, like, if you're at war with somebody and they're obviously the problem child, and you like slap their hand and they're supposed to come to the table and make a deal, and then they go to the table and they don't want the deal, and then they start, being the problem child again by bombing the UAE and Kuwait. I thought the whole point of going to the negotiation table was to negotiate and actually come to terms. It doesn't seem like that was the goal at all. Like the base fundamentals of this ceasefire were completely cooked from the start, almost as if I had said it 34 fucking times.
The feeling is
but who's keeping count? Am I right? Who's keeping count? Surely I'm not keeping count.
Another night of airstrikes may bring the Iranians back to the table, but the last few weeks and since the ceasefire have proven to be very frustrating, and there has been, as officials have described to me, less a ceasefire and more of a less fire. Earlier today, we know that the U.S. military also disabled a second oil tanker that was trying to make its way.
It needs to be a law. That should be a law, right? That needs to be a war crime. If you negotiate with terrorists, it's a war crime.
To an Iranian port. This was a Palau-flagged ship. It's the second day in a row that they've done so. They've fired using precision munitions into the engineering cabins and the steering section of those oil tankers. We also learned from the president earlier today that over the course of the last few weeks, over 100 million barrels of oil have been escorted through the Strait of Hormuz by U.S. Central Command. That had been a secret up until now. Iranians had not been able to see those oil tankers moving.
That's hilarious. So this whole time, he's just been waiting while he's been, oh, dude, W. Trump. Yo.
Through in the cloak of darkness under CENTCOM's watch. So a lot happening right now. We expect another busy night for U.S. Central Command. And what was so unusual today and earlier today was hearing both the president as well as Secretary Hegseth telegraphing that these airstrikes were about to begin. I can never remember in the past when the U.S. has said when the bombing was going to begin. So clearly this is designed to pressure the
What a schizo. None of our ships are at the bottom of the ocean. Not a single one. I don't know where the fuck you would hear that at, but we haven't lost a single Navy vessel the entire time we've been over there.
get back to
The same, however, could not be said about Iran.
negotiating table. Dana.
All right. Did you have anything? Anybody else have a question for her? If not, let me ask you one more. So when it comes to the last several weeks, or I guess 8 weeks, we know, obviously we have eyes in the sky. We can see what they're doing. So do you think that these targets are more about taking out some of their remaining military capabilities, or does
That's
it go
true. You're right. The subs are under the ocean. You know, God the Fish is onto something there. He's right. Maybe he was referring to the subs.
Power plants and
Probably
bridges,
a lot. There's probably a lot under that ocean.
as truthed earlier.
We
today.
don't know how many are under there, so you know there's a lot.
Well, we heard from the president that the next step in the escalation ladder would likely be bridges, electrical plants, infrastructure. It's not clear to me at this point.
W. Donald, bro. I can't. So they sank another 22 more speedboats? Hell yeah, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I love to hear it.
What the targets are. Some of the sites that we've heard that explosions began earlier, just a few minutes ago, those are some of the sites where there were radar defenses that were struck last night.
So since you led with this, where did you hear that we haven't taken out their Navy? That we haven't sank any of their... You know what? It doesn't matter. You're just not worth it. You're just so retarded. We just got to kill you on sight. Bye-bye.
Radar installations.
I just don't even
the reason you would...
I'm sorry, but if anybody's going to jump into my comments and say that, we don't have anything to discuss because you're just too stupid. I can't. Bro, oh man. Fuck.
Go after those
if
first.
brain rot had a definition, you'd see that fucker's face right next to it.
So that U.S. warplanes could get in closer, and so it's surprising that the Iranians, frankly, still have any air defense systems after those first 38 days of bombing by the Israelis and the U.S. military. But it does show just how resilient the Iranians are, and we do know from leaked intelligence reports that have reported broadly in the press that the Iranians were able to keep...
I know, right? They get their asses handed to them so much that at one point, didn't the supreme leader flee to didn't he flee to Russia or China or some shit? Bro can't even stick his head up out of his fucking hidey hole so that way we can blow that bitch off. And you want to sit here and tell me Iran winning? Bro, get the fuck out of here.
About half of their ballistic missile supply as well as their mobile missile launchers. And so that's been a great frustration for the U.S. military and for Israel that many of those mobile missile launchers survive. They retreat back into mountains and then pull them back out. Also those drone launchers. So I imagine they're going after a lot of those sites, and we'll just have to see whether they've expanded.
They're blowing that shit up. They said, oh wait, there's a target there, blow it up. Make it go boom. Bomb go burr. Bomb go burr. All right, one more of these, and then we're gonna move on to a copper slopper. If you like the politics of the channel, please stick around. I always do politics. I always have a big section set aside for the politics and the world current events. So please stick around, sub the channel, hit like on the stream. I'm always here, every single day. I'm always live at the same time every day.
Any questions, please? Let's go.
Mr. President, on Iran, you posted this morning about Iran, and you said that they've taken too long to get to a deal. I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price. Yeah. What did you mean by that?
Oh, there's a lot of mental illness going on here.
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
resuming bombing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that.
Hold on. I bet there's probably some new shit that we haven't seen yet. Hold on. There's probably some new shit we haven't seen yet. Yeah, here we go. We can watch this then. We can watch this. This is brand new. Brand spanking new. Okay.
So now American missiles raining down on parts of Iran. Yet again, the country's trading strikes for a second straight day. And the president moments ago, you heard the interview here on Fox saying
apparently there's some kind of biohazard leak going on inside of the Pentagon as well. We don't know anything yet. I'm not going to bother watching the video for it because we just don't know anything yet. And unfortunately, there's just not going to be enough time for the rest of the stream for me to figure out what the hell's going on. So
more where that came from. There's a lot to get to, folks. Good morning, everybody. A lot of headlines as we come on the air on this Thursday.
Newsroom, so we did not anticipate that President Trump interview on Fox and Friends. Are a few headlines.
Signaled that in the Oval Office yesterday at noon when we were watching, and followed through on that as well. Pete Hegseth said something similar. He was traveling at Gitmo and also at CENTCOM in Tampa, Florida. So just watching that. Then he said toward the end of that interview, yes, we are still talking to them. So according to the president, there is still diplomacy behind the scenes there in the Middle East.
So we'll get you the other headlines. President Trump is threatening these dire consequences for Iran if it continues to drag its feet on a peace deal. And the president described last night's strikes as
oh, how we love the smell of tomahawks in the morning.
Violent and vicious.
Also, he says
not really
the U.S.
morning
fired
anymore
49
over here,
Tomahawk missiles, many of them aimed toward the area of Tehran.
49.
We'll show you that on a map in a moment here. He's also vowing to keep hitting Iran until a deal is reached. Here is what he said.
Thank fucking God. It's about damn time. Oh, my God. I hope he sticks to that.
With our colleagues on Fox and Friends.
And they're getting decimated, just decimated, and they're dying to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly. And they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet, okay, to be honest with you. They just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But, you know, look, my preference has always been take Carg Island.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
no, like that's what we should be taking then. Ground troop that motherfucker. Flood that fucker with so many soldiers they're pushing over each other in the water. If you want Carg Island, to take that bitch. Take it. Bomb the shit out of it and then take it.
Video from CENTCOM shows U.S. forces firing Hellfire missiles at tankers trying to move Iranian oil. It's the third ship disabled this week.
Only in America do you come up with something called the Patriot missile and a Hellfire missile. Only in America.
As the U.S. continues to squeeze Tehran's economy, we have team coverage. Lauren Simonetti on what the president calls a secret mission to sneak oil through the Strait of Hormuz. But first, let's go to Trey Yingst. He's also spoken to the president several times in the last 24 hours, and he is live from Tel Aviv. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Dana, good morning. Overnight, the United States...
You know why I have that? It's called the maniacal laugh, because I'm fucking batshit crazy. That's why, if you really must know.
Powerful strikes against the Iranian regime. U.S. Central Command says a variety of targets were hit, including Iranian surveillance sites and air defense systems.
Yes, we need the American Eagle missile, and we need the megaton bomb as well. That's what we need, guys. These have to happen. We have to do this. The Eagle missile and the megaton bomb. That's what we need.
Room overnight, President Trump told Fox News 49 Tomahawk missiles.
And we also need the missiles of peace. That's another one.
As close as 40 miles from the capital of Tehran. Positions were also targeted along the southwestern part of the country. The president described the strikes as violent and vicious. Also, President Trump says top Iranian officials called him directly, asking him to stop the bombing. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth spoke before the strikes began.
Instead, they're going to have tap, tap, tap bombs dropping on key facilities.
Remember, they're love taps. That's what Trump said. Trump said they were love taps, okay? They're taps of tough love.
From the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
Now, in response, the Iranians launched ballistic missiles at U.S. forces in Kuwait and Bahrain, as well as Jordan. The Jordanian army says they took down 20 incoming missiles. Today, the Iranians are saying they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They've said this before, but we learned yesterday...
Bitch, they never opened the Strait of Hormuz. What you gonna close? Ain't nothing to close. It's already closed. That's why we were using a damn helicopter to ferry these damn ships back and forth. Oh no, we're gonna close it again, bitch! It was never open. What you mean?
States was still getting
up, man. You just do it.
barrels.
They're doing that for the press. That's what they're doing it for. That bitch was never fucking opened. Bullshit.
Of oil out of the Persian Gulf, even as the Iranians were making these statements. And so a significant development here, though, just last hour, as President Trump was on Fox and Friends and also posting on True Social, he says he's going to hit the Iranians again tonight and later may take Karg Island. Bill, Dana?
All right. Trey, let me ask you, though.
They're saying that for CNN and MSNBC so that way they can keep spinning this weird narrative that shows America somehow magically losing a war where you've got a bunch of fucking people running around with fucking AKs shooting at helicopters. Bro, they ain't winning shit. They ain't winning shit. Pew, pew. Pew, look at our pellet guns. They do so much damage. Woo! Bunch of fucking losers. Bunch of fucking losers, man. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of
Here's some sirens in the
here.
background. That could just be nothing. But what are you expecting there in the next few hours, 24 hours?
Look, the Israeli military remains on high alert because they are waiting to see how the Iranians are going to respond to this current situation. I spoke with an Israeli official last hour who said the president is in the bazaar. He's speaking Persian. And this was an indication the Israelis believe that President Trump is now speaking the language of the Iranians.
That's right. I mean, shit, they're one fuck up away from using slingshots. You're not wrong. I mean, how much more? Come on, guys. You trying to sit here, oh, our Navy's still alive. Where the fuck are they? You talking all this shit. I don't see anything. You haven't been able to take out a single military target. You keep bombing citizens. What are you talking about? Like,
And the president told me last night he was in the Situation Room alongside Vice President J.D. Vance and Special Envoy.
I'm your dad. You just asked who is this bum? I'm your dad. I fucked your mom. I know you never met me because I went to get milk and cigarettes and I never came back. But I'm here now. Oops. Did I do that? Oopsie. Oh,
Kushner and Witkoff.
Oh no.
And he said the Iranians.
Well, I guess bye-bye, offspring.
Only understand the language of force. And that's exactly what we saw last night. Those 49 Tomahawk missiles. There were U.S. fighter jets over the skies of Iran. Within hours, the Iranians again lost control of the skies of their own country. And what we saw were shaping operations by U.S. Central Command. They were going after the radar systems and the air defense that remains inside the country. This is a message to Tehran. Sign the deal or the bombing campaign will continue and you can't defend yourselves. Guys?
They can't defend themselves already. What do you mean? Like, what? Am I misunderstanding?
What we saw were shaping operations by U.S. Central Command. They were going after the radar systems and the air defense that remains inside the country. This is a message to Tehran. Sign the deal or the bombing campaign will continue and you can't defend yourselves. Guys?
Trey Yanks, thank you.
I mean, they already couldn't. If they were able to defend themselves, they would have had the defenses around the individual, like, aircraft, whatever those Doppler radar thingies are that they blew up last night. If they had defenses, they would have used them. But they didn't, so their shit got blown up.
Please come back if you have any other breaking news. Bill?
Hey, Dana, let's go ahead and show you what we have now on the maps and what's transpired from U.S. Central Command on Wednesday. Self-defense strikes described by the United States, and here's what happened overnight. Talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point where so much travel goes by the sea, okay? So this is Keshem Island, Minab, Sirik as well. They were all hit overnight. The area of Isfahan apparently taking hits as well. What the president told Trey is that 49 Tomahawk missiles aimed at targets about 40 miles.
Well, you know what? I'll take it. Benny, he says, time for fuel rations, thanks Israel. Actually, the cost of fuel's gone down. Trump has been funneling ships back and forth through the strait overnight. That's why our prices haven't gone up.
Miles outside of Tehran. That might fit for Isfahan.
If you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream. I do this every day. I have a huge segment for politics every single day. I go live. All 7 days of the week, I go live from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central Time, and I've been aiming to be live later. Like, I'll start at the same time, but I do stream longer every day. So please stick around.
Program that had been developed in that area. Now, with regard to Karg Island, this all came out in the last 60 minutes.
W250 joules for the red card. Red card.
The reason why Karg Island is so significant, it's well off the shore here. Well off, I'm saying 10, 15 miles, okay? But it's in deeper water, that's the point. So you can get these giant vessels from all over the world that can easily pull up the Karg Island. They can load the oil onto their vessels and then move their way down.
Do you really think, let's think about this for 5 seconds. Do you really think that if you're doing a covert military operation, I don't know why I'm saying this, because the fact that I'm even engaging with it hurts my soul. If you think that they're doing a covert military operation like what they did in Venezuela and what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz where they were moving the tankers through, do you think that they're going to leave on the trackers? Let's think about this. Do you think that they would leave the trackers on so that way the terrorists can monitor them? Let's think about it. No, they're not. They're probably going to get ships that haven't been floating there for weeks, that don't have trackers on them, to go and get oil and ferry it to where it needs to go. That's most likely what was going on.
Down through the Strait of Hormuz in this direction here. The reason why this is so significant is because if you take control of Karg Island, you will take...
It hurts my soul that I have to take the time out to explain that. But I'll do it if I have to.
Yet again of the economy of Iran. Many military analysts coming on our air over the past several months said this is what you need to do.
W5 from Benny. Trump selling for our fuel reserves like Biden did during COVID. When it runs out, fuel prices skyrocket. Buckle up, Buttercup. We are screwed. No. The cost of fuel was even more during Bush's administration. I hear these people crying about, like, dude, like, the gas prices when Bush was in office were, like, almost double what they are right now. Like, growing up during that time, bro, you had to basically, hoe yourself out to get some gas. Like, it was crazy.
It hasn't been done. But if you take Karg Island, you have to control it. And that means you put U.S. men and women in danger of
I don't really give a shit. I think that we should bomb the fuck out of Iran until they completely submit. And then our fuel prices are going to plummet. This is only temporary pain for extremely long gains. And the sooner that more people start saying that, the sooner this weird narrative with the gas prices is going to fall off.
Fire on behalf of Iran. So keep that in mind if indeed there is a move on Karg Island.
You do realize that, and another thing, you do realize that we produce oil too, right? You understand that? You understand that America in the Gulf of America, because that's what it is, produces oil, right? We just don't have the big industrial refiners like this country over here does. We have oil.
Time tonight or in the coming days. Iran, meanwhile, has not sat back. They still have drone capability. They still have missile capability.
The war is because a bunch of terrorists that have been fueling proxy terrorism all over the Middle East and leading to the death of thousands or hundreds of thousands of American soldiers and citizens throughout the entire Middle East for literally 50 to 60 years is the reason why we're bombing their entire administration and letting them rest in pieces. That's why. That's why. It was never about the oil. Iran was going to take the Strait of Hormuz after they made nukes anyway. Why do you think during the war that we were already bombing the fuck out of them? They took the Strait of Hormuz so easily. You know why? Because that was always their goal. And they were trying to get nukes so that way they could take the Strait of Hormuz and hold that bitch hostage towards the rest of the world and nuke people just because they could. That's what they were going to do. That's what their plan was all along. That's why the entire shoreline around the Strait of Hormuz is so heavily militarized. It's because their goal was to take the Strait of Hormuz after they had made nukes. And they were going to use the Strait of Hormuz to terrorize the rest of the fucking world. Be thankful that Iran is being bombed and that the Strait is even remotely being pushed through. Because the thing is that Iran would have nuked any country they could just to maintain dominance over the Strait. You're welcome, other countries. Again, America's cleaning up the mess that nobody else wants to.
And for the second straight night, we know they took aim at a U.S. air base that houses the F-35 in Jordan. We know overnight.
You're a schizo, right? What is this? Channel activity. Brainwashed morons. Banned. Are they paying you? I'm not making a dime from this. Well, you mean Israel? Fuck Israel. I don't give a fuck about Israel. If America had to bomb Israel just to see the death of these fucking IRGC terrorists, then so be it. I don't give a fuck. Biden used the oil reserves because of an upcoming election, and it didn't work. If anything, Trump wants to restore what Biden took. That's probably true. It's a sad story to say we miss Sleepy Joe. I don't. I'm happy that fucker's not in office. W. Benny for the $2. That's the only reason why you haven't been banned yet. I want you to keep that in mind. The only reason you haven't been banned is because you've been paying that little bit of money right there. That's it. And it's not directed towards me. Because if it was directed towards me, that'd be different as well.
They've gone after the Fifth Fleet again here, stationed in Bahrain, and they've taken aim at Kuwait as well. The Kuwaitis are saying just about 2 hours ago that they engaged 24 incoming drones over
Go somewhere, kid. I was a firefighter. I made $60,000 a year. What have you done for your community? Spencer, what have you done for your community? I fought fires and did CPR on people. Have you done anything for your community other than sit here and be a terrorist rat fuck? I don't think so. I doubt you've probably ever held a job. I mean, why else are you here at noon in the middle on a Thursday? It's a Thursday. What are you doing? What a loser. W Flow for 200 Jules. W Flow. Was volunteers don't get paid, pal. Was volunteers don't get paid. Hey, retard. I went to college, dimwit. I was a paid fireman, fucktard. Bye, dumbass. Dolly Parton actually died years ago. What the fuck? Remember where the morons, because we didn't pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to give over our civilization to invaders like the university, but liberals. Anybody else? I'm rolling through the what? I smoke weed for a living. Hey, I mean,
the past 48 hours time, 24 drones in for Kuwait. Now, with regard to our firepower, I know. I
don't care what you do, but don't come up into my chat and expect me to just deal with your dumbass comment. I don't care what you do for a living. Fuck, dude, I don't care. Do whatever you want.
A lot on this map.
But you come in here and you criticize anything I'm doing, well, I'm going to start criticizing what you're doing.
The reason why there's a lot on this map, because the U.S. naval assets are significant throughout the Middle East. And just so you can zero in, that's the Strait of Hormuz. Here's Tehran approximately up there in that part of the map. Let's leave this alone for a moment and talk about what's happening with the ceasefire. So there was a ceasefire declared in early April now, and a lot of people have debated whether or not it's a real ceasefire or whether or not the tit for tat continues. This is what we can say. depending on how you define a ceasefire, it has held reasonably well for 60 plus days. That's not to suggest that there hasn't been.
What a weirdo. Well, my mom's dead. My mom died whenever I was 19. A loser calling losers losers is classic. Wow, that's crazy. A retard getting banned for being a retard is even better. Bye-bye.
Tit for tat. The U.S. going after Iran, Iran going after Israel, and return fire on behalf of the Israelis. But let me take you to the far left part of this screen, okay? This is just the past several days. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday now, the U.S. struck back after a U.S. Apache helicopter that had been patrolling the coastline of Oman took a drone. And based on the description we're getting from the Pentagon, that drone lodged itself in between the cockpit of two pilots. They took the Apache down and went in the waters at sunset. They waited there for 2 hours until an unmanned drone, a water vessel, came across the ocean, rescued these two pilots, and pulled them to safety on board a helicopter. So the U.S. then and the president convinced that they needed to take action. And that is what we have seen based on the last 2 nights. Now, Jimmy will slide over here and show you one more map.
Man, blue-collar people don't get enough. They don't get enough, like, appreciation for their jobs. They really don't. Like, they really don't. Bro, like, if your AC goes out or, like, your plumbing gets fucked up, you know who saves the day? Fucking plumbers, dude. Fucking electricians as well. Also, HVAC people, dude. Like, they
So we talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz.
They really don't get enough credit.
This is the U.S. blockade, which still exists today.
Bro, like, you know you ain't going to see your husband down... Well, I mean, you might. If he really doesn't want to pay a plumber, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see a plumber waving down in a bunch of shit trying to figure out what's fucked up.
It's established here
Blue
off the
collar
eastern
does not get enough credit.
tip of Oman, heading right over to the border between Iran and Pakistan.
Mechanics, too. Mechanics and truckers, yeah.
This has been successful. Okay, if you look at the numbers here, 9 vessels have been disabled, meaning they were taking warning
Carpenters, yeah. Carpenters, too.
signs on behalf of the U.S. military not to go to an Iranian port, not to make a visit, not to make a stop. And apparently, for whatever reason, those vessels did not listen, and they were engaged and disabled, including one in the last 24 hours that apparently is flying under an Indian flag. We'll try and confirm that in a moment here. In the meantime, you had 135 ships. These are ocean-going vessels that have been redirected, which means they did stop at Iranian ports or had the intent to go to an Iranian port, and that is the number we have thus far. There's some video here of the Gulf of Oman out of one of those vessels. These are huge ocean-going craft. They can stay at sea for months at a time, go all over the world. This is some video that CENTCOM had shared with us showing that vessel being disabled. So hope all of that gives you a bit of perspective for where we think this conflict is at the moment on this Thursday morning. With that, I'll go back to Dana across the bridge.
An excellent recap. Thank you so much. And let's bring in retired Navy SEAL officer Mike Sorelli. I want to ask you about just
already bloodied up. Trump has essentially come in and laid out the tools. You got those pliers that rip out fingernails.
Let's move on with this. If you're new here, sub to the channel, hit like on the stream. I have a big section dedicated to this every morning, but we need to go on and watch this cop video. If we can find us one that's really good, so I can go on and roll up out of here, because I still got to edit out videos and stuff. I was hoping for a short one, but I don't think I'm going to get one, huh? That's fine, though. That's okay. We watched that one yesterday. Should we watch the one with the dog? Oh, it's a police horse. Oh, this went viral. I remember this. Hold on, we're going to watch this one. This went like mega viral. This dude chased down a drug dealer with a horse. I remember this.
On horseback. It all starts as officers witness a hand-to-hand drug deal between this man and a female. Officers approach the male suspect.
W Midwest Safety. Check out Midwest Safety. Hell yeah, Midwest Safety. By the way, if you're new here, I'm live every single day, and I always have a massive section for politics. I don't know if I said that. I think I got lost in the translation of that with this. W chat.
First.
Yeah, move forward. Hey.
Oh, there he goes. Bro.
Hey.
Hey.
Get in there. Get that Batman. Get that Batman in there. Get him. Get him now. Hey, get on the
Just imagine seeing this in the intersection, bro.
You're gonna get hit.
Bro.
Come on now.
Yo.
Good boy. Get that Batman, Nash. Get that Batman, Nash.
Did you see this lady on top of a horse just saying, "Get the Batman, horsey. Get the Batman. Run him over. Kick him."
Come on, Nash. Go. Come on, Nash. Get that Batman. Come on.
Yo. How is this so good?
Come on. Come on. Come on. Get up.
Go W and let 10 jewels for Magic Man.
Put your hands in your pocket. Get your hands
Be around
in your
people.
pocket.
I love hearing the police cars rev up like that, man. That means that dude means business. This is the dude. Does this horse not go any faster?
Come on, get that man. Come on. Come on.
Yo, the entertainment from that drive-through was probably legendary. You just sitting here trying to get your, I don't even know what this is, a McDonald's? Just trying to get your McDonald's food, and you just over here order, and then you just see this go by. You just see this go by. It is a McDonald's, okay. Yo!
Come on, Nash. Come on, Bubba. Come on.
Yeah,
Nash.
right? The horse is in first gear, man. You need to pop that bitch into like third.
You better stop.
She needs a lasso.
Watch it. Watch it.
Yo, there's the other cop.
Get on the fucking ground. Give me that. I got him, Zach. You're good.
Yo.
I got him. Zach, let go. I got him. Give me, or here, take.
Is that another one? Did another one just come by too?
Told you you weren't gonna outrun us, bro.
Dude, there's three. There's three.
While officers get this suspect in custody, the other female suspect involved
what a chase.
in the drug deal is still in the area.
Go to the other side of the McDonald's. He was throwing stuff on the ground. Other side. Those are good boys. Good boys. That was where it was at, right? When we came into McDonald's?
It's on the other side. You want to stay with him? I'm going to go because I saw right where it was at.
Go with him.
No, they probably don't, huh? I didn't think about that. I didn't think about the asphalt and the horseshoes. They have to have specific ones, right? They have to have some kind of horseshoe that's specific for asphalt that doesn't, like, mess their feet up, right? Surely. There has to be something.
Over there, I saw the horses, and then came down the sidewalk here by the fence line, and then came through like where the sign is over here, and then trotted through right here, came right through here, and they were like, stop! And then they called it in at the McDonald's.
Do you see patrolling on it?
I just saw arms flailing. That's it.
Come on. Yeah. You got him for a minute.
They do have a horseshoe specific for asphalt that the police do use. So
I got it for now.
though I'm sure it still doesn't feel the best.
Boy, that's a good boy, Nash. Got that Batman. Good job, Bubba. Good boy. It was a good boy. Should be like right here somewhere.
Hey, maybe they do.
Where did he dump the 73?
They're going to grab that stuff right
Stay
now.
around, Allison. Stay safe out there.
It was somewhere like right here. He started throwing stuff out of his pocket. So you just get out and walk around. It was like small is the problem.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't a lot.
Is that your bag right here?
Let me go grab some gloves.
Thanks.
Right now, so. You have anything?
Since officers and want using drugs in their bathroom and want them trespassed.
Come here, please.
When using McDonald's,
This is something else.
his officers can't find whatever the male suspect allegedly threw. An officer tries to look at the McDonald's surveillance cameras to find it. However, he gets distracted when McDonald's employees report someone using drugs in their bathroom and want them trespassed.
Come here, please.
Damn, bro, it's a busy day for them. Shit.
I don't have time to deal with that right now, okay? See
Right here. Just wait outside right here. I'm gonna grab you something, okay?
I'm on over there, and I think they got him over there. I think she's down there. All right, man. But you're just not free to go right now. You laughing or what? Or was that a cough?
I'm just laughing.
You're laughing? Okay, what you laughing about?
I just thought of a joke in my brain.
Okay.
Just food. Food and what?
Chips.
Chips. I don't know. All right, come on, step on up, bud. Your wrist. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But
Okay, well, he wasn't lying, I guess.
You didn't throw some drugs down. Do you want to talk to me about that? That you didn't throw drugs down?
No, I ain't throwing no drugs down.
Okay.
These are yours, right?
Corner of the McDonald's over there. I was just running.
Well, what did you throw down? I mean, because maybe worst case scenario we got littering or something. Who knows? What did you throw down? Just a sandwich or food or what? Listen, here's the deal.
He threw something
You're
down.
going to be on body camera. Did you get some food from somewhere? Or body cameras are going to show you throwing stuff, dude. You might as well say, hey, if it's food or something, we can deal with that. We got your little littering thing, right? Oh, okay. All right, slide on in. Hang tight.
Body camera.
I guess it makes you put in an access code. And of course, it sent it to my personal email. But our laptop's not working, of course. It won't connect to the internet. And then on my phone,
Did the horse don't got good service, huh? Man, that really sucks that the horse ain't got good service. Yeah, you're gonna have to get yourself some new horses, huh? No shit.
it didn't work. So I swear by memory it was right here. Someone could have picked it up, or it's in the bushes. It was very small what he threw. Great. No, I guess we'll just go for research real quick.
I guess camera is the dude can't be here for another hour, 2 hours before he can get here to access the camera. So
you think he dumped something before?
Bro,
I think
where's he driving from? Fucking Los Angeles? Bro, I can't stand that.
McDonald's. Hey man, I'm gonna toss this out jail is what I'm saying.
If you end up going to jail, we're gonna throw it in the trash. You can't have it in the jail, and we can't keep it for you. We don't have any other choice.
Yeah, all right. So I'm gonna throw it out, okay?
That sucks. Give it to the horse. Horse lead it.
Yeah, I can. Are you comfortable with them? Just, yeah. Okay. And just watch your feet.
That's a good horse. That's a good horse. Hey, look here for a selfie. Yeah.
Do you know how to ride a horse, Dad?
Yeah, I've ridden horse.
And I'll fall off immediately.
Yeah. Oh, you're funny. That's not nice, Mary. See? They even this one don't answer. There's a horse freak, so we're FaceTiming. See, they got their own badges too.
They do have badges. Look at their little badges. What? That's hilarious.
You use the word thinking. There's your first mistake. See? He's even laughing at you. All right, well, let me let you go. I actually have to do some work today. Love y'all. Bye, buddy.
Yeah, let's do that if you guys don't mind. And if not, then able to find it.
Fortunately, never located. The Jacksonville police reports indicate whatever item the male suspect threw was unfortunately never located.
You know why? I bet it's because that lady probably went up and snatched it whenever he threw it.
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in Florida posted on Facebook about this incident, stating, "If you choose to run, you'll just go to jail tired, and criminals can..."
Man, that sounds real familiar, doesn't it?
run, but they can't hide from our horsepower. They also showed their appreciation for the...
I love it, dude. I love it. Yo,
multiple horses
I love
involved
it.
in the incident: Nash, Jax, Judge, and Duke. The male suspect, Jordan, was charged with resisting without violence. He pleaded no contest and was adjudicated guilty. He was ordered to pay $303 in court costs and fines and was released back into the public. The female suspect,
Why?
Alexis, was charged with use or possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia for the crack pipe that was found in her pocket. She took a plea deal, pleading no contest in exchange for her charge.
Yeah, you know that man's not about to pay that. He doesn't look like he can pay that. Come on.
Withhold of adjudication, meaning the judge accepted her plea but did not formally convict her. She was also ordered to pay $303 in court costs and fines and was released back into the public.
Honestly, I had to laugh a little bit watching this one back because somewhere along the line, this guy convinced himself that he could outrun a police horse. So most people don't know is that mounted patrol horses aren't just picked because they're big. A lot of horses never make it through training. They have to handle crowds, traffic, fireworks, yelling, and enough distractions to...
I think that's the number one reason why they don't make it through training right there, is a lot of horses are very skittish. Very, very, very skittish. And the problem with that is that if you walk up behind a horse and it doesn't know you're there, you're probably going to get kicked. And a kick from a horse will almost always fuck you up to the point where you're going to die, or it's going to kill you on impact. Horses do not fuck around.
Horses never make it through training. They have to handle crowds, traffic, fireworks, yelling, and enough distractions to test just about any animal. That's what makes mounted units interesting to me, because they're not there for looks. They're there because they give officers a different perspective, a different reach, and sometimes a pretty big advantage. People spend so much time looking for the obvious way out, they never stop to think about the problems they didn't plan for.
All right. That is the stream. That is the stream. Chat. Oh, that's right. It's God and the Fish's birthday tomorrow. Make sure y'all wish him happy birthday. Happy birthday, God and the Fish. I hope you have a great weekend, man. Try to stay off the social media. Get you nice peace and quiet out there on the water, or maybe go and camping and enjoy life. You know, enjoy your little vacation. You know what I'm saying? But for the rest of y'all, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow, because I'm tired and I also still have to edit videos and stuff. And yeah, so that's the stream. So go fuck away. No, I'm kidding. W chat, W donos, W jewels, W members, W new channel members. I will see you awesome people tomorrow. Hopefully with some more cool news that we can talk about. Stay away from crazy people. Stay away from the schizos. You might catch it. Then we'd have real problems. Let me put the music on. W chat, as always, it's always awesome to have you guys. Try to put a smile on someone's face. You might change their whole day or their whole life. You never know. And I will see you awesome people tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of y'all's day. Peace.
So instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior.